how do we do the, Carlene? So after the question and answer session, yeah, but so how did that, who conducts that, or how do we do that part? Right, okay, right, right, okay, yeah, right, so, yeah, but, yeah, yeah, yeah. But how does it look online? Online, people, Cynthia, and you're not escaping. All right, we're going to get started. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see a little bit smaller crowd than actually signed up due to, of course, the increasing risk we're still seeing with the COVID virus still affecting our daily lives. So, but thank you so much for coming, and I assume we have hopefully many of those participants watching this online. My name is Oli Schroeder. I'm the Vice Chairman of NAMEPA and Director of Environment Compliance of Scorpio Group in New York and in Europe. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to NAMEPA's 15th National Maritime Day here event in Washington, D.C. NAMEPA has held this event every year since our founding, focusing on the mariner and the safe operation of the vessels to secure their welfare. Recognizing our commitment to safety, the United States Coast Guard approached us around the same time to support their American AMVER Awards program, first in connection with Fair Play and for the past 10 years in direct partnership with them. 4 years ago, the Coast Guard also approached NAMEPA to support their Benkert Award. It's been our distinct honor and pleasure to do so, and once again, our seminar will be followed by a presentation of the Benkert and AMVER Award. Today's seminar features 2 tracks. The first focus on setting the stage, shipping risks in a turbulent world, with Renovate speakers sharing their insight into the roles of shipping and national security, U.S. Coast Guard safety concerns, fires and other marine casualties, regulations, sanctions, and other operational risks, ending with how the industry can mitigate these threats to the supply network. We will end with questions and then have a network break, followed by a second track focusing on balancing solutions with risk, moderated by NAMEPA co-founder and executive director that we all know, Carlene Leiden-Walker. So, but let's get started. Our first speaker is Dr. Stephen Flynn, who will share his perspective on the role of shipping and national security. Dr. Stephen Flynn, founding director of the Global Resilience Institute, Northeastern University, and formerly a senior fellow of National Security Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. He has a very long, impressive bio, which I'm not going to take up time. You all find it. It's all been in the program. So, thank you.
I get to stand up. Well, Well, it's an honor to be here, and it's also because you can never say no to Carly. So here we are. I'm thrilled, really, to talk to this group, who I know have primarily got lots of years' experience around the safety at sea, which I think is one of the truly great success stories of managing enormous risk in a way that has worked for us globally, which allows what I argue is probably the most critical infrastructure for our economy to operate, which is this ability to move stuff around the planet. We have this incredible track record on the safety front. On the security front, not so much. And I came at this as, I'm actually today at my 40th anniversary of commissioning at the Coast Guard Academy. I had a 20-year run, and so retired in 2002. I can't believe it now, 20 years since. But I started focusing primarily around the security issues, first in my research hat that I was doing when I was at the Coast Guard Academy working on a PhD. And then in the world that I started to operate in the 90s, I had a chance to serve in the National Security Council staff under a guy named Richard Clark, who was the counterterrorism. Before that was really much of a story that anybody focused on in the mid-90s. And what my main focus was on was that some of the risks that we saw could be, you could exploit essentially the global transportation system here to perpetuate those risks, that is moving bad stuff into the system. But there was also the risk to the system itself. If you had a major security breach that got people essentially focused on that it was a risk vector that looked like that risk was unbounded, the response, likely clumsy response, could be profoundly disruptive. And so this wasn't a case of trying to essentially say we got to have this zero tolerance, to all risk associated with security, man-made malicious intent stuff. But it really is you had to have a level of confidence that there was enough capability in the system to manage security breaches so that when something went wrong, as inevitably would, folks wouldn't sort of lose faith. And again, all that comes out of the safety realm, right? We've never made it perfectly safe for everything we do in the maritime realm. Mother Nature doesn't allow that. The very messy things that ships carry doesn't necessarily allow that. But it always survived the morning after problem. When there was a spill or when there was an incident, it wasn't a sense that the system itself was flawed. It was what we were able to often do, a forensics, and said, okay, here there was a particular problem, and now we have to work on that. We didn't throw the whole system out, in other words. My worry today, here we are in 2022, is that a major security breach in this system will not pass that test. And in part, that will be due because many of the security measures that we put in place will be put under the spotlight, will be put under the microscope, and they won't really look like they were all that good. And that will open things up to an increasingly politically charged environment where you will have a reflexive approach to how to deal with that risk that will be profoundly disruptive. And will have some of the consequences we're seeing playing out real time by non-security risks, which is the COVID and how that has disrupted supply systems. And that could be self-inflicted by how we respond to a major security breach. I happen right now to serve in a role as the chair of a committee that was congressionally mandated by Congress to look at the issues of weapons of mass destruction and nuclear terrorism, and basically update on where we are and what we do. Now, when Congress came up with this mandate, Russia had not invaded the Ukraine. And now, of course, we're just coming online when that event has happened. As you know, much in the headlines is this risk that we may actually go over the threshold into use of nuclear weapons in the current construct. At a minimum, the game has shifted significantly. We hope we won't actually go over that line. But we're in a now geostrategic realm where proliferation is certainly much more, I think, of a risk, in part because of the experience Ukraine has had of not having any nuclear weapons. Maybe that's what you need for safety. Or we know there are rogue players, or just simply because the global system itself is becoming more tribal and we may see more risk in that vector. Well, you can't get access to the materials, you can't get access to the weapons by, saying, Scotty, beam me up. The things have to move around. And where they potentially obviously can move is in a global transportation and logistics system that's designed not for security, but for efficiency. And so that creates a real challenge because, again, should lights be cast on some of the limited capabilities in place to deal with these security challenges within that system, we have folks who just don't understand the system. They don't understand the stakes of the system. And many of the solutions they have for how to solve these problems, look like walls along borders. Those kinds of challenges. I have an axiom I teach to my students about security. It says smart security is always nuanced and almost always counterintuitive, which is why it trips up the real bad guys. Tough security is always simple, which is why it's bureaucratically appealing and which is why it's politically appealing and why it never works against the really bad guys. You give me a 30-foot wall, I give you a 40-foot ladder or a shovel to go underneath. Sounds appealing, but not necessarily it. Nuanced security basically is things that people trip themselves up on because they don't understand the safeguard. And so the reality of that we often get security through more nuanced approaches, more sophisticated approaches, is something, of course, that we're not operating in when it comes to how we think about security relative to things like borders and the conveyances that move across those borders. So that's the context we're operating in. So let me try to distill this to, really 2 years. There has been the focus often, particularly after 9/11, about potentially transportation serving as a conduit of risk. Right? Flashing back 20 plus years ago, that was airplanes. Right? You didn't have to import a weapon of mass destruction. It turned out a domestic airline that could be used as one. And let's remember what the response was in the immediate aftermath of that. We grounded all aviation, and we effectively closed our borders, closed our ports. Not completely, but we basically did it to slow things down enough we can analyze risk, and it turned out those tools were very clumsy and created profound disruption. And we turned it back on at the land border and the maritime, not because we really knew it was risk-free, but we realized the pain of having shut it down could itself cause so much in the way of consequence. That's what we did to aviation that virtually everybody in the US government understands because they get on planes all the time. All right? The one, it turned out, tool in the tool bag was a kill switch. Let's shut it all down and sort it out. And of course, one of the amazing side stories actually of 9/11 was the folks who helped bring down planes in our airspace was managed by something called the North American Air Defense System, NORAD. It turned out the 4-star Air Force general was in the Pentagon that day, so the deputy commander was the one who was operating NORAD to help bring down the planes. The deputy is a lieutenant general in the Canadian Defense Forces. So our Canadian general was bringing down planes in the US airspace, diverting them to the Canadian airspace, and we were closing the border between us and Canada. Think about that, all right? And that's a system, again, that we understood. How many folks understand our maritime system, the maritime transportation system? Right? I got them in the room here, but there's not a whole lot others. So how they think about the nature risk and how it's managed, is profoundly challenged. And we're doing it in the context now, of course, in the United States, why part of that ignorance is because with 0.4% of all cargo moved by US flag vessel, there isn't like a big industry, a US-based industry, who spends a lot of time educating and engaging and helping us through these challenges. It really is a pretty sidebar, group of players who manage these issues in part. Think about all the other critical infrastructures that make our economy go. Telecommunications, health, banking and finance, insurance, where virtually aviation. The dominant players are often US companies. And they spend a lot of time and effort educating, regulators and politicians and the public about how important they are and what should be done and shouldn't be done, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. But none of that infrastructure really exists in the maritime zone. So that's a context for risk being security happening, and it doesn't have to be a big one, but enough to spook, to cause essentially folks to lose faith in the system. I had the privilege of running the Global Resilience Institute at Northeastern University, something we founded 5 years ago with the major university investment. And our focus around resilience is that actually it's not about bouncing back from something. Any time you have a disruption, you actually should be looking at bouncing forward. But you can't do that if you haven't planned in advance, if you haven't thought about risk in advance, if you haven't basically ideally put mitigation measures to make the things that you're worried about less of a problem when it fails. But what I argue that has animated the resilience imperative is not the prevalence of risk. There's always been risk. There's always been hazard. It is that we're hyper-connected today. So what used to be a localized threat, localized disruption, cascades in far more disruptive and destructive and costly ways. And so if we think about the greatest natural disaster with lots of life in US history was something called Isaac's Storm. It was the hurricane of 1900 that hit Galveston, Texas, when the highest point in Galveston was a little over 12 feet. And the guesstimates are it was probably about a 15-plus foot storm surge washed over the island. And the guesstimate are 8,000 people perished that day. 8,000 one day drowned basically by that hurricane for which people had virtually no warning. It is actually, as a natural disaster, the highest disaster. Of course, our pandemics are beating that now significantly, but from a nature-based one in that way. The impact of that was horrific if you were in Galveston. But the rest of the country didn't even know it happened for about 24 hours because the telegraph had got knocked down as a result of the hurricane. Fast forward to Harvey. The loss of life, thankfully, very small, in a couple of dozen. What was the impact? Cascading effects that took out the petrochemical industry and the Houston Shipping Channel and others. Thank God it really didn't impact in a way that would hurt the channel from a physical standpoint, but the recovery piece obviously. But that cascades across the entire global economy by hitting that major juggernaut, right, for our maritime transportation system, which is the Galveston-Houston area. So it's that interconnectedness. But why do we make connections? We make connections because we think there's a benefit in doing that. We do this at a personal level, and we do it when we connect things together. Right? Many products, I think, that are probably being developed, hey, let's connect the ships to the internet. You don't need as many people. We can put sensors out there for things that we used to have watchmen go by and fill out little cards in for and report to the office of the deck. Why do that when we could actually manage that all through low-cost sensors, talking to sophisticated software that can give us decision support systems with visuals and all the rest of that, that not only the watch officer, but the folks back at headquarters could watch. We make those connections because we see enormous benefit, right? They're lowering cost and ultimately improving performance and all the other things that go with that. But every time we make a connection, we make a dependency. We make multiple connections, we make interdependencies. And the same thing that can provide benefit can potentially provide risk. If I'm somebody who's thinking with the lens of malicious intent, I want to cause disruption. So obviously everything connected to the internet can ultimately be somebody who is interested in targeting the net. The cyber risk, right, is significant. The rewards of our global economy has been to connect, to create dependencies and interdependencies because of the benefits they ascribe. But what happens when we start to believe that the risk of the connection is greater than the benefit? We withdraw, we disconnect. If we think the world's a very scary place, we think about walls. We think about almost a tribal retreat, right? This is kind of things that are playing out in real time, right, in the American polity in some extent. But from a practical measure, think about the financial market. What happens when you think the risk of putting your money in the financial system is higher than the benefit you derive from it? It's called run on a bank, right? And it doesn't have to take all of us, right? It has to take almost a critical, paranoid usually, a level of folks to cause the cascade, to bring the system down on its knees. So here we are, and thinking about, the future of this industry and the ways in which we continue to derive benefit, but in a context where we're highly interdependent, highly interconnected. We're doing it with a sector, and particularly in the maritime transportation world, where there is so few people who understand it, who are making decisions about policy, making decisions about regulation, making decisions about, in some cases, the economic choices. We're in a race to educate them. One of the paths forward, and I want to leave this, I know we're going to have a panel to get to solutions, but I'm going to offer two before my time runs out here, or at least to think about here. So first, well, let me conclude here about the risk. It's not necessarily the risk that the system will be exploited, that we have to find the means to find contraband, and we have to find the means to find, even a scenario I worry about the bomb in the box, per se. It's the risk of the breach happening and people losing faith in that system and the cascading consequences that come from that. All that screams for you need more visibility and accountability in that system so you can manage that risk more successfully. Greater transparency, that's got controls, is where we need to be heading. Right? So that seems to me just core. When we have lots of shadows, we have lots of places that we don't, that's where people can invent a view of risk. So we really have to have much more visibility and accountability in the overall flows of the system to manage risk more effectively. But that core issue of failure, of the system, we also have to have the means to plan the response. Think about how it's gone around the supply chain disruption we had as we out of COVID, impacts on labor force and others. I mean, the administration thought it'd be a brilliant idea to have 24-hour-a-day operations at the Port of LA. And it is a good idea to have a place that brings in 40% of the cargo, perhaps working overtime. We thought that was probably the case 20 years ago when it was on that trend. But a port's an on-ramp and off-ramp to a system. And if you just up the capability at one part of the system and you don't for the rest of the system, like all the depots and all the drayage and all the other places, rail heads and other stuff, you're not going to get very far. It's a pretty sophisticated group of players at the White House. I have a chance to talk to them from time to time. But none of them really understood, the complexity of that system. Planning for failure is something we have to do, and do it much more capably. And again, I can give you a real-time one right now. We have the whole infant formula thing playing out. It really took folks this many months to figure out that if you shut down a big portion of the production capability when you get a concentrated of 4 folks, that you might have a plan for how to deal with that. We're not good at thinking through, and this is a big part of resilience again, thinking in advance about failure, and that also helps you think about what makes a more cost-effective mitigation strategy, which will almost always come back to this need for greater visibility and accountability so that you can manage risk more successfully and manage the response and accelerate the recovery. The other key I would argue here is really borrow from the safety regime in order to think about how we globalize these efforts. Think of all the tricks of the trade we had to do with essentially a challenge like spilling of oil and ships that were not a very good capability, how we basically were able to up that game. It required global engagement with key industry partnership and with a great deal of choreography on the public sector side, particularly led by my old organization, the Coast Guard. And I think, again, that's a powerful story. But if you were the ambassador of a U.S. ambassador, let's say of Singapore today, and you would explain the way in which we're securing the global supply system, here's how it would go. Think about having to explain it to your counterpart. Okay, what's the Americans doing about trying to manage risk here? Well, here's what the deal is. Okay, what we want you to do is participate in an international regime we've set up around the International Port and Ship Security Code, the ISPIS Code. Obviously we had those conversations. We want you to be a part of that. There we want you to take those responsibilities seriously. But that applies to ships and facilities, and we have something about crews, but not cargo. Okay, cargo, we don't do cargo. Last time I checked, ships didn't cross the ocean to give the crews ride. It was to move cargo, but hey, cargo's a customs issue. All right, so what are we doing in that realm? Well, customs has a bilateral kinds of thing it's doing with countries that they want them to be part of the Container Security Initiative and work together in partnership. And the country has to buy the equipment to actually support the inspection that we want to target at the port of loading. Okay, so we want you to be a part of that too. This approach for the cargo is a bilateral, and you buy the system. Oh, we're worried about nuclear materials though. The Department of Energy has a program here for you, and we're going to get second line of defense, and we're going to give you the equipment. And we're going to give you the training to help with that nuclear side. And the Department of Defense came up with an idea that we should board vessels potentially at sea if we found that there's serious things here. And we want you to sign on to, again, a bilateral that will allow us to, under this super container initiative thing, we want you to sign on for that. By the way, a sidebar, I remember when that was first rolled out, the Department of Defense said, we're going to deploy these nest teams onto ships that potentially have nuclear weapons that might be headed our way or nuclear materials that are scary. I remember saying to the very senior defense official, well, I hope they're very thin. And he said, what do you mean? I said, it's only 18 to 24 inches between the stacks of containers. How are they going to get the 110 down and 8 over? How's it going to work? And it's like, never been on a container ship, so I didn't have an answer to that question. You're in the catch-22. The only way you can do it is actually bring it ashore, offload it, but no one wants to unload it until it's been removed. What's the plan? Anyways, we have 120 nations who have signed on to that now. It was a great stride forward here. You see where I'm going? All right, so all of these, there are a lot of folks around patting themselves on the back. We got a global security supply system. But is it a multilateral system? Is it a bilateral system? Or then we have CTPAT, which is a private sector kind of engagement system with incentives and facilitation, but we actually don't facilitate. That's our system today. Now, none of that's really been exposed as a problem because we haven't had a major security breach. But we have a security breach. All of it does get looked at. And all of it doesn't sound like a really coherent system. It was the best people could put together in a hurry after 9/11, but we haven't advanced it much in the last 10 years. Now we have cyber in the mix. The stakes are going higher. This is something we have to treat with some urgency. So with that, I'm going to hopefully engage. And again, what I really wanted to this audience in particular, the way you've been thinking about so much around the safety side could really help with how we think about the security side in a more nuanced, in a more comprehensive way. Let's not put a wall between these two worlds. At the end of the day, it's about sustaining the faith in a system that's one of the most critical infrastructures to running our global economy. And we could do a lot better than what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Flynn. Very insightful for that. We're now going to hear from the U.S. Coast Guard and their safety concerns. In his first public appearance since taking the role of Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy, Rear Admiral Wayne Arguin is responsible for the development of national policy, standards, and programs promoting marine safety, security, and environmental stewardship. 3 directors carries out the missions, inspections and compliance, marine transportation systems, and commercial regulation and standards. Programs includes waterway management, navigation and boating safety, ports and facilities, merchant marines credentialing, vessel documentation, marine casualty investigation, commercial vessel inspection, and port state control. Quite a mouthful there. Prior to his current assignment, Rear Admiral Arguin served as the Director of Inspectional Compliance, as well as Director of Emerging Policy. His previous operational assignments included Sector Commander, Sector New Orleans from 2016 to 2018. The podium is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Carlene, for the invite. And the Commandant sends his regards. He is currently up, well, he's probably done with it now, but up at Cape May as part of the transition with our Master Chief Petty Officer of the Coast Guard transition. Thank you for reinforcing the big mouthful of things that are on my plate. I've been in the job for a couple of weeks, and it is certainly a meaty portfolio with no shortage of interesting issues. And so the couple of areas that I was asked to really speak about focused in on autonomous operations, kind of where's the Coast Guard thinking about from that perspective. Climate change, obviously, and how does sort of the regulatory framework look? What are we looking to think about how we're going to sort of press into that space to reduce, sort of the footprint that the MTS really plays in the environmental side of things. Cybersecurity obviously is a hot topic and certainly something that we're all mindful of, but it is a bit of a change in how we're looking at from a security perspective, kind of a similar adversary, but very different sort of motivation. And then finally, talk about sexual assault, sexual harassment. And I would tell you, if I had just the one thing that I think is going to be the most significant impact on the MTS, it is that workplace challenge, that sexual assault and sexual harassment in the MTS. And it's not, I don't want to paint this as an MTS, Marine Transportation System, or marine issue. It is something that is global, it is cultural, it is across the entire world, and it has a negative impact on safety, and we see it that way. we see that as no different than somebody that is impaired from drugs, alcohol, or any other thing that distracts them from doing their job. I don't want somebody that's at the sticks of a supertanker worried about whether or not they're going to be bullied, whether they're going to be harassed. I want them hyper-focused on making the turn when they're supposed to. And so we see it from that perspective. And if you don't see it from that perspective, I'd love to understand your view of how that particular workplace challenge can be seen in any other way. But I'll kind of focus on the alternative fuels and climate change. And so there are no shortage of good ideas out there on how to shift from a carbon-based design into something that is less than what we currently have out there. And there's no real sort of pathway to get there. People are coming up with all kinds of good ideas, you know, molten sulfur reactors and ammonia and just all these really interesting, intriguing engineering challenges, but there's no pathway. There's no standard that you go and say, if I build it to this standard, here we go, we're off to the races. And so that's going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of deliberate engineering, a little bit of thought, managing risk, thinking differently about risk, training, understanding, you know, the engineers that we trained before on how to turn a wrench and make sure that the diesel works properly. You got to train them differently when you're dealing with LNG. The complexities of the system, what are those hazards? We got to understand that better. And the time is now. The technology continues to outpace the training systems that we have. And so understanding what that framework looks like, we call it a design basis agreement. So you come in and you've got a design that doesn't fit the standard. Let's look at it from a first principles perspective, evaluate those risks, and then determine whether or not those risks can be either equivalent or maybe there's a better safety standard that can be designed. But that takes time. It takes deliberate engineering, deliberate thought. And so we're working sort of, I would argue we're in a stern chase on that because there are so many good ideas driven by the desire to get to zero carbon footprints that it's going to challenge us, and not only us, all administrations that are dealing with this, the recognized organizations, class societies, design firms, they're all trying to figure out how to make a better mousetrap. And so, but we are committed to moving forward with that zero footprint, or as close as we can get from an engineering perspective. And so I'm excited as an engineer. You know, gone are kind of the days where you throw an engine in the back of it and off we go. We're coming up with really cool ideas. I was down in Jacksonville and kind of seeing some of the sort of innovative work that's happening there with LNG on both the shore side. How do you refuel that? You're not bringing you know, the old standard bunker barge alongside and having a day with it. And so there's a lot that's got to happen within the MTS to help us transform that. And really from a Coast Guard perspective, you know, when Jen started sort of in this system, it wasn't as complex, certainly not nearly as complex. It's certainly not nearly as congested. And so when you start looking at putting more ships in a tighter space, there's not more water, not more waterfront. You put those ships in a tighter congested water area within the ports. You've got increasing technology. And so how do you manage all that with a workforce that Jen and I sort of started out with? We've got to transform ourselves. We've got to transform how we train, equip our marine inspectors, the folks that are in the field that are evaluating those risks. And so we've taken on a comprehensive review of how we do that. The Marine Inspector Performance Plan, we're no longer are we just walking around with 6 ducklings behind us when you show up. They call it the blue line of ducklings. So you got one person that's actually in charge, and then there's 6 others that are trying to figure it out. We're coming up with a different way of delivering that, using remote technology, using access to engagements with industry and experts to try and build out that better marine inspector so that you get a more consistent and more consistent and more educated, more experienced interaction at the port level. Cybersecurity. I've been, prior to this job, I was assigned to work the Unified Coordination Group for Russia-Ukraine, and no surprises that the #1 challenge that we were all trying to figure out how to wrestle with was cybersecurity. You know, what are those potentials? And you know, when we ran through a couple of different training exercises, everybody said, well, we know how to do this. Hurricane comes through, the hurricane does what it's going to do, then we come back in after the fact. Well, that presumes that the hurricane, you got a known path, you kind of understand, we've seen several of them, we understand what those potential impacts are. Maybe there are secondary or tertiary impacts downstream. But what you don't have is you don't have an intentional act, right? You don't have somebody that is looking to inflict pain. And you also don't have, that's a geographically, generally, a geographically sort of centered event. The real difference is from a physical security perspective into the cybersphere is I can have effects from my backyard or from my basement anywhere around the world across multiple modes of transportation, across multiple sectors. And so the same vulnerability that exists in the banking system or the financial system may exist in the marine transportation system. And if I really want to make things dicey, I figure out what your plan is, right? And then I figure out where your backup plan is, and I affect both of those. And so trying to think about how you address, it's not when, but if there will be a cyber attack on a system, understanding that system and thinking differently about how security might be approached. And so we're working with CISA and the department to identify how to do that. I just don't think that we're going to be able to regulate our way out of it. The technology and the adversary moves too fast for the regulatory process. Anybody that's seen how quickly we move to get regulations out the door, you know, your phone is probably changed out 3 times by the time we do that. And so we've got to think differently about how we do that to ensure that we are providing the best foot forward to protect the MTS that is vital to everyone's economic security. The impact of digitalization. So between cyber and then now all of a sudden we're looking at all this complex sort of engineering systems, the complexities. Everybody's got a phone. And now looking to, is there a way to replace humans with computers and robots? I would argue that the technology exists. I mean, if you can launch a rocket and 15 minutes later land it on a barge in the middle of the ocean, that's pretty impressive. So the technology, the engineering is probably there. I don't know that we're necessarily ready to allow ships to come in and out, interact with everybody that has an interaction opportunity in the MTS. We're not there yet. So there's much more to that conversation. I think the engineering and the technology will outpace our ability to be comfortable to be able to manage that system appropriately. And by definition, I'm going to be the most conservative person in the room. I want you to show me why this is better and not be in a position where I'm going to allow you to fail fast, because the consequences of failing fast in the MTS, you see sort of the impact of the supply chain challenges, right? Everybody will feel that impact if we can't bring that cargo in that we need to. So in addition to that, it's a shared use challenge, right? So with that congestion, everybody wants to maximize their opportunity to use this precious resource that we have. How do you pick and choose winners when you've got to shut down an entire port to launch a rocket versus allow cruise ships to operate? So who wins that? Well, the ham in that sandwich is the captain of the port. And so we need to do a better job of understanding that risk, understanding how to balance that so that everybody can maximize those opportunities. And through that use of data collection, I will tell you the Coast Guard is woefully behind the curve in data analytics. Understanding all the information that we have and being better able to use that information to focus our precious resources on the highest areas of risk. We're working toward it, but it's going to be a long process. And I think that's a place where we're going to be able to use data in the future to be able to really focus our efforts. And I guess I'll kind of close back out with kind of where I started. If you're not paying attention, there's been several sort of issues raised with respect to sexual assault, sexual harassment in the workplace. And as I said at the start, I see that as the most pressing challenge going forward, finding ways to ensure that everybody that works within the maritime and other places, I don't think the maritime's super special in this instance, but finding ways to ensure that folks all feel welcomed, they feel empowered, they feel valued, because this is not my first public get-together. Every other event that I've been to across every mode of transportation, every association that I've talked to, the #1 challenge is labor. Having the right kind of labor with the right skill sets at the right time, willing to do the job. And so where the Coast Guard is no different. We are in an active recruiting campaign, and I've challenged everybody that I've had a chance to talk to. If you're not willing to provide a workplace that is welcoming, that treats people fairly, empowers them, values them, you are going to miss out on this very limited talent pool. I challenge everyone, it's a race to get that talent. Beat me to it, because if you're trying to do the same thing that I'm trying to do to raise the bar for everyone, then the situation's going to be better for everyone. If you're not willing to do that, you're going to lose out. you will not have the talent that you need, and I guarantee you that autonomous operations are not going to get here fast enough for you to be able to say, I don't need people. It's the right thing to do, and I would tell you that we're actively working both with MARAD, the new administrator, Rear Admiral Phillips, and Lucinda Leslie, working toward drafting assistance to strengthen our enforcement actions. But there's only so much. You can't regulate our way out of this. This is going to take cultural change and leadership from the top. Setting the example from the top, we can only do so much from an enforcement perspective. I think this is going to be an active campaign that has to have leaders from the front end and the top end ensuring that everybody is treated fairly. And if you're not treated fairly, that you're willing to step forward and make sure that folks are held accountable. We're committed certainly to holding those folks accountable. And I see that as a challenge from a workforce perspective, that if we're not willing to jump into that, it's certainly far too long. But this is a challenge, and I can certainly tell you the transition team, not transition team, the continuity team that Admiral Fagan has put together has made people a really stalwart of her strategic outlook and her vision going forward. She is committed to us that is number one from a recruiting perspective. My job is to get to those people before you do, make sure that they know the Coast Guard is a welcoming place and it's a great job and I want you in my organization. And if you don't want to join us, then there's going to be other places where you can be involved. It's already hard enough in the maritime. You're leaving family. It's difficult. It's difficult work. Why would you want to add to that barrier to entry into that workforce? And you're missing out on an entire population of really talented people. I just, from a business perspective, it doesn't make any sense, does not compute in my engineering head. But we are certainly committed to doing what we can to stomp this out and set a leadership role going forward. So with that, I'll be around for the rest of the day, and we'll have some other folks that are going to be here. Happy to take questions when everybody else has had an opportunity. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Admiral, and we look forward to a close working relationship from the NAMEPA side on all your issues as well. So, in the past, there's been a seeming proliferation of marine accidents relating to fires and other significant factors. Here to shed some light on these incidents and hopefully some mitigation strategies is Todd Duke, General Manager of Compliance Services, Resolve Marine Group. Todd had been with Marine Emergency Response Service for 30 years. And again, I'm not going to waste time on your excellent bio, so I'm going to leave the floor to you. Thank you.
But he did come from Alaska.
Yes.
I did.
Get the long distance award.
That's it. Thank everyone for the opportunity to speak to you guys today regarding salvage, marine, firefighting, and oil spill response. Much of the statistics that I'm going to put out there to you today comes from the International Salvage Union, which Resolve is a member of, and Captain Nick Snow, one of our salvage masters, is currently president. Resolve is also a founding member of the American Salvage Association. The salvage industry continues to face economic pressures. In recent years, we've seen several substantial providers in the industry close their doors, and this raises questions about whether the industry will continue to have the capacity to deliver the level of service that ship owners, operators, insurers, government, and society relies on globally. Many of you know that industry-wide income from salvage operations fluctuates from year to year. And although the ISU's 2021 numbers are not out yet, 2020 shows significantly weaker revenues with dramatic falls in wreck removal income and services compared to 2019, even though it seems like the incident levels have risen. Gross revenue for International Salvage Union members were $301 million US compared to $482 million in 2019. And wreck removal gross income was significantly down to $98 million in US dollars from 52 services, as in comparison the year before of $284 million and 101 services provided. Total revenue for ISU members were down 38% from the previous year, and we shall see in time whether this becomes a trend with prolonged periods of reduced revenue. While industry contraction and reduction in revenues might paint a bleak picture, there are also many successes to focus on. Pollution prevention being primary, as environmental response matters are at the top of many political and business agendas. The shipping industry is under the spotlight for its environmental performance, both from the impact of ships and the potential threats that they and their cargoes present to the environment. Many vessel casualties have the potential to develop into a serious incident, and in the world where even the smallest amount of pollution is unacceptable, the work of the professional salver is essential. Environmental protection is a core component of modern-day salvage, and the ISU published its latest pollution prevention survey results for 2021 show that our members provided 226 services to vessels carrying 19 million barrels of potentially polluting cargo and fuel during salvage operations. Not all of these potential pollutants are at risk of going into the sea. Some cases had limited danger, but many others carried a real risk of substantial environmental damage. I think the most eye-catching number in the 2021 pollution prevention involves container shipping. ISU members provided services to vessels carrying more than 100,000 TEUs, amounting to more than 1.5 million tons of cargo. And 83% of all pollutants entering the worldwide waters were containerized and bulk material and not oil or oil derivatives. The mixed nature of such cargoes, including dangerous goods, harmful chemicals, and plastic pellets, means that they are potentially high polluting and difficult and dangerous to clean up, and typical OSRO techniques do not work. But this clearly demonstrates the critical role that professional salvers play in protecting the marine environment. Keeping the oil and other pollutants inside the ship and starting immediate source control methods should be the primary focus on any response planning and spill prevention process, program, or regulatory scheme. I personally led the response to 5 ship fires in the past 18 months in North America, and container ship fires are the major concern as the number of container ship fires do increase. Could a major container ship incident become the equivalent of a major crude oil spills that we saw in the 1970s and the 1980s due to the number of containers going overboard and the pollutants that are contained therein? And it's not only the cargo that's the threat. The survey also shows that there were 11 cases where casualty vessels were carrying more than 2,000 tons of bunkers. This is notable when you consider the environmental implication and the cost of the Wakashiho, which spilled about 7,000 barrels or 1,000 tons of fuel into Mauritius in 2020. Imagine the challenges to salvers and the threat to the environment when a megaship carrying over 75,000 barrels of bunkers on board suffers a major marine casualty. And while the threats of pollution from bunkers were very high, salvers kept that amount of bunkers that were actually released in 2020 from vessel casualties to a very low number of less than 4% of all pollutants that went into the water. Even though salvers have proven they're worthwhile in preventing pollutants from entering the environment on a global scale, Section 510 of the House Coast Guard Authorization Bill would block the use of salvers and their equipment and personnel from oil spill response planning in the state of Alaska. I find this puzzling to eliminate sources in a region that is resource scarce to begin with, and response vessels and equipment must be multi-mission capable, especially in Arctic waters. For example, the new U.S. Coast Guard heavy icebreakers or polar security cutters are designed to fully carry out 9 of the 11 Coast Guard missions mandated. Commercial response vessels, equipment, and personnel need to be able to perform multi-mission marine emergency response as well. This versatility should be incentivized and not punished. Ship owners and insurers are increasingly under the pressure to demonstrate their environmental, social, and governance credentials, and salvers play an important role in helping them meet their obligations and demonstrate their commitment. As shipping moves to a more environmentally friendly operation, we must be on watch for the challenges that these new technologies present, particularly in emergency response. The 2 gentlemen before me spoke about some of this, and post-IMO 2020 marine fuels have become an even more complex issue. This complexity has caused challenges even for the best ship owners and ship operators and managers and the best crews. including reduced horsepower, unreliable pilot cards, compatibility and stability issues, sediments leading to filtration and tank cleaning issues, and a rise in the number of mechanical issues leading ships to drifting while repairs are being made, or emergency defueling operations we've been a part of in many ports. Battery power and alternative fuels are still in their infancy as main propulsion power supply, but we must be ever vigilant to ensure that the shipping industry moves to cleaner fuels or methods of propulsion, that the response community has both the tools, tactics, and capacity to respond globally to what are now unique emergencies but eventually become the norm. Additionally, appropriate regulatory framework for the protection of the environment must also be in place. I can envision the day that in the very near future a 14,000 TEU container ship will be sailing without the protection of OPA 90 or the requirement of a vessel response plan to be in place simply because they're not carrying large amounts of hydrocarbon liquids as cargo or fuel. As pointed out earlier, containers and their cargo herein are now the leaders in the worldwide marine pollutants. Congress needs to consider whether the scope of OPA 90 should be expanded to cover such situations. The last topic I'd like to highlight are the major projects, wreck removals. The sums of money expended and the financial risks of these operations are huge. The tendering process becomes more rigorous, and we recognize the risk needs to be considered in a methodical way during both the tender and the execution phase. Transparency is vital. It'll drive up performance all around if the process is transparent, fair, and ethical. This includes the role and conduct of the consultant and the insurance companies in these cases. As several cases now show, price is not everything. The value of certainty and the quality of execution must not be underestimated. The Oil Pollution Act of 1990 was written to ensure that there was an immediate and unimpeded response by professional salvers and oil spill response organizations. The International Salvage Union and the American Salvage Association fully support the tender process for wreck removal once the emergency response phase for vessel casualty is over. Section 501 of the House Coast Guard Authorization Bill would limit a ship's owner's ability to seek the best wreck removal plan by amending OPA 90 to only allow changing the retained salver if that salver fails to satisfy the Coast Guard requirements in the applicable vessel response plan. Section 501 would also require the Coast Guard to report to Congress after an incident on why they allowed this salver to be changed. However, there's a significant difference between being the best salver in a particular incident situation and failing to meet these VRP response timeframes. Section 501 would severely constrain the Coast Guard and the ship owner's ability to ensure the least amount of environmental damage during the salvage of a vessel. The National Response Framework and the Unified Command System bring together all interested parties, stakeholders, and subject matter experts during a marine casualty. And federal courts have held in recent cases the Coast Guard has properly managed major marine casualties in accordance with the legal framework of OPA 90, including the allowance of changing a salver. Inserting the Congress in the middle of this process would only lead to disastrous results. Congress should instead direct the U.S. Coast Guard to better verify the response postures of commercial salvers in the United States by ensuring through audit and inspection that salvers, their subcontractors, actually have the equipment expertise that they claim. Current regulations place this burden on the foreign ship owner and operators who are not necessarily in a position to conduct such equipment and personnel inspections. The Coast Guard manages the oil spill response organizations differently, wherein the Coast Guard physically inspects on a regular basis to verify their capabilities. This lack of vetting in salvage and marine firefighting responders and the absence of any government penalty for ship owners or operators retaining under resource responders leads to ship owners and operators selecting the least expensive, check-the-box option for salvage and marine firefighting vessel response plans. As the number of vessel incidents and response revenues continue to decline in the U.S., the ability of the industry to support a robust response capability needs to be underwritten by retainer fees. And the only way to ensure that an adequate nationwide salvage and marine firefighting response capability in the United States will be maintained is for the Coast Guard to either significantly ramp up its vetting of SMFF providers or require ship owners and operators to use the Coast Guard certified third-party inspection regime to do the vetting. This may probably require legislation. Experienced professional salvers operating with their own people and much of their own equipment are an essential part of the shipping industry. In many casualty situations, there are only services available to avert disaster, but there must be adequate compensation to ensure that necessary investment can be made in equipment, training, and development of highly qualified staff, and that professional salvage services will continue to be available when and where they are needed. The Coast Guard must verify that salvers named in BRPs are in fact people with a true picture of their capability and equipment. Also, Coast Guard and the Congress must ensure that their appropriate regulatory framework is in place to ensure that pollution prevention and response will occur during casualties to large vessels carrying potentially polluting cargo but not carrying oil as cargo or fuel, meaning that the OPA requirements would not currently apply. The industry is contracted but continues to work cooperatively with ship owners and their respective insurers to mitigate the risk for all parties, protect the environment, reduce loss, and keep trade flowing for the benefit of our mutual clients, the ship owner, and wider society. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Now on to things that are close to my heart, and as somebody who's responsible for environment compliance for my company, I'm keenly aware of the role that regulatory play in our operational world, as well as sanctions. So here today to review some of these thorny issues is Matt Thomas, partner at Blank Rome. Matt has more than 25 years of experience in international trade, transport and maritime regulation, and government affairs, representing leading energy and commodity companies, ship owners, governments, insurance investors, port shipyards, and marine technical terminal operators. Again, your long bio exceeds yourself, so the floor is yours.
Thanks, everybody. It's nice to be here. So today I'm going to focus mostly on trade sanctions issues because it's just profoundly hot. And since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have seen an absolutely extraordinary escalation of trade sanctions. Really, what folks at OFAC and the State Department would describe as sort of the biggest escalation and development of sanctions program ever in U.S. history. And I want to talk about sanctions because shipping and sanctions together play such a sort of a critical role in world trade, and shipping is such a key target and focus of sanctions. Over the couple of decades that I've been doing this, shipping has gone from being an afterthought for trade sanctions and foreign policy folks to really a core focus of sanctions as a foreign policy tool. Particularly when it comes to tanker traffic and transportation of energy commodities, the use of sanctions on shipping has become essential in programs such as Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and other U.S. Targets. Energy always, I think since the first barrel of oil came out of the ground, energy has been a critical focus for foreign policy and national security interests. And when it comes to using sanctions as a key lever of U.S. foreign policy, focusing on controlling energy flows is absolutely essential. And when it comes to sanctions enforcement, it's much easier to put eyes on barrels of oil, and especially easy to put eyes on tankers, as opposed to trying to look at electrons or dollars or Bitcoin or intellectual property or something. Cutting off the flow of oil is something that we can that we really can do, and that has real results. Just for example, with Iran, for several years, comprehensive embargo, no energy transportation in or out of Iran. With Venezuela, PDVSA, the state-owned oil company, is subject to sanctions, as well as the Venezuelan state itself, effectively foreclosing certainly imports and exports of crude there. With Russia, we now see a ban on energy products coming into the U.S., but not a sort of a global sanctions on Russian energy. Obviously, the West is looking to realign, and Europe is looking to realign its energy supply kind of portfolio and outlook now, and this is having extraordinary effects on shipping, on where energy comes from, on what energy reaches our shores, and sort of a realignment of energy logistics. Even places like Burma, the EU has imposed sanctions on Burma's energy sector. The South China Sea, the US has adopted sort of mild sanctions on some South China Sea exploration and production, restrictions on investment and technology that we could see develop. So there's hardly a kind of a corner of the world that isn't impacted by this. I think Canada's okay for the moment, but we'll see. But for ships and shipping companies, the consequence of being the focus of this system are very significant. Ships or shipping companies can be blacklisted, placed on our SDN list, effectively frozen or cut off from global trade and dollars. I've certainly had clients that are in that position, whether it's Chinese state-owned tanker giant COSCO or smaller European operators from Greece and Italy. I've sort of guided clients through that process. But we've seen DOJ seizure of ships and seizure of oil cargoes. Quietly, the Department of Justice has intervened and literally used extraterritorial seizure and forfeiture authorities to take control of smuggled Iranian oil and oil from other sanctions targets. Some of the consequences for tanker operators are not strictly government-facing. It can result in shunning by the global industry, shunning by charterers, blacklisting by banks, effectively losing your ability to trade effectively if your operations are linked to sanctions evasion and sanctions breaching. Over the last few years, we've seen sanctions be sort of a driver of unprecedented transparency in the tanker and energy chartering industry, pressure to look through to UBOs of tankers and charterers and cargoes. And an entire compliance industry has sprung up around vetting and due diligence and transparency to avoid sanctions risks. And companies like Tanker Trackers and Windward and new products from Lloyd's and IHS and things, all things I've used in the last few days, trying to figure out where did the oil come from. So high risk stuff really potentially make or break for the tanker industry. So why in this forum am I sort of talking about this, other than it's literally keeping me up at night? I've seen impacts on safety. I've seen concerns about safety emerge as I've been doing this over the last few years. One is of a potential balkanization or division of tanker industry into low quality or high quality or compliant or non-compliant operators and vessels. Because there's a sector of the tanker industry that is running towards compliance. What tools can we use? What due diligence can we do to ensure we're complying with global sanctions? And then there's a segment of shadowy operators that are running towards risk. Okay, we can earn extraordinary returns by surreptitiously carrying Iranian cargo via STS to offshore Malaysia, or we can pick up cargoes off Venezuela. We can spoof AIS and grab illicit cargoes. And once ships are effectively in that category, once these ships have been sort of tagged by the compliance sector as high risk or non-compliance, it's very hard for those assets even to sort of shift back to operating for high quality charterers, big trading companies, big oil majors. So we end up with this troubling underclass of, having a troubling underclass of tanker operators has been a perennial problem, but I think sanctions has sort of in some ways shaped and focused some of this phenomenon. So we get substandard operators with undercapitalized, lack of transparency, technical managers that no one's heard of and has and little sort of shoreside expertise or support. Companies doing scrapping runs, running and picking up cargoes from Venezuela before heading to the breakers, things, and this is all sort of a recipe for irresponsible operators potentially having risks of a casualty event or a spill or something like that. It's all these sort of risk factors that we see. Going along with that is trade sanctions, carrying a sanctioned cargo, doing business with a sanctioned target, can compromise insurance cover. If you look at P&I Club rules, recovery and cover is not available for voyages where you're operating for a sanctioned target or putting the club itself at risk. And so, P&I cover or OPA 90 COFRs or blue cards and things are not just pieces of paper that talk about who picks up the tab. It really is your entry ticket to the whole response and recovery infrastructure and industry that this systems that this industry has built. So this, these kinds of concerns about lack of insurance cover, about response providers worrying, am I going to be breaking U.S. law if I respond to a casualty, is very real. I've certainly had people in the Gulf, in the UAE, response companies come and talk to me and say, if we see a spill in the Gulf, if this is smuggled Iranian oil, what do? We want to do the right thing, but we also don't want to get in trouble with the Americans. So these are things that people are worrying about and thinking about. Some of the other things I've seen, of course, if a vessel is sanctioned, and I have represented a number of companies in this position. A lot of things happen, but a lot of things have grind to a halt. Lack of insurance, bunker providers don't want to provide fuel. No ports or terminals will touch the ships or touch the cargo. Lack of supplies. You can't get sort of transportation to move the crews off, and so you have risk for, and we've certainly seen situations. We had a situation where a sanctioned vessel just ran out of fuel, and we had crews sleeping on the deck because of no electricity and no air conditioning and things, and very, very dire situation. Fortunately, in the last few years, people at the State Department and OFAC, and I think in consultation with the folks at the Coast Guard, have become much more attuned to seafarer welfare and the need to, while they're getting tough with shipping as a foreign policy tool, they shouldn't be getting tough with seafarers or putting the marine environment at risk. So, but I think those are conversations we continue to have about them. How if shipping and sanctions are going to be a focus, everybody involved in that process must really take to heart the protection of the marine environment, avoiding casualties, and protecting the human rights of seafarers. So, I'll be around. Happy to. I could chat about this stuff for days and days, and so glad to talk to anybody. Thank you.
Yes, a very wide and complicated field you're navigating through, so appreciate that. Before COVID, the maritime industry had encountered periods of logistical disruptions. This was amplified in the past 2 years due to bottlenecks, security and safety concerns, and more. Wrapping up the first part of our program is Cynthia Hudson Analytics, who will be sharing insights on mitigation threats to supply network. Cynthia is the CEO and founder of Hudson Analytics, a global maritime risk consultancy serving the maritime transportation sector. headquartered in Philadelphia region in the United States and with offices across the United States and Greece, Italy, and United Kingdom. She is a forward-thinking leader in this industry, providing leadership on risk management, challenges with the maritime transportation sector, including cyber risk security management for shipping and port terminals. Cynthia?
Thank you, Owen. It's really not fair because my speech has already been split up by these gentlemen that are experts in their field, each respectively. So I hope you'll bear with me. Our company's motto is complexity made simple. I can tell you for sure that that's aspirational. The maritime transportation network, the supply chain that feeds us every day is complex, and most of us solve that problem by looking at what is right in front of us. What is our sweet spot? Where does our organization make money or meet requirements if we're on a regulatory basis? Where do we need to focus our efforts? Well, we need to be surviving tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And survival, if you are not on the military side, is really profitability. So how do you weigh profitability of a maritime organization of any type, a port, terminal, ports, again, with their own complexity, or vessel owners who have 20, 30 ships, or maybe only 5, 10 ships, plying the waters with various types of cargo, with labor concerns, and various risks that pop up. Some of these, and when I say pop up, that wasn't lightly used. I think that, like all of us as human beings, we get accustomed to the risks that we face every day, and businesses are no different. So when we're driving to work, we know there's a chance that somebody is going to run that red light. Are we that diligent that we really wait and see if someone does it before we continue to drive through the intersection? And yet the consequences for not doing so are dire. And this is really the same in the maritime sphere. So I have had, because I'm old, I have an opportunity to tell you what it was like, and some of my colleagues here were with me at that time, pre-Open 90. What was going on with pre-Open 90 oil pollution? Well, pre-Open 90 oil pollution certainly existed, and so did all of the situations that led up to the Exxon Valdez. Each of those issues existed for years and years. But everyone really felt, all right, we can get through that. It's not going to hurt us too much. And then Exxon Valdez really riveted our thinking and concentration, and that all the way up through Congress. The Coast Guard was very effective in pulling together a really multilateral conversation about how to deal with it. With some fistfights and some very pleasant dialogue, industry came together with the government to figure out this is really what we can do to make things better. But Exxon Valdez was not the first time that we had had major issues and major oil spills, major incidents, some with casualties affecting seafarers severely. And on and on and on. That is the same sort of situation in the salvage world. There have been many, many, many salvage incidents, and Dick Fredericks could talk to you about that for a week easily and still not be done. This is exactly right, and I think what you said, Todd, was just perfectly, it concentrates your mind. These incidents are occurring, and they have done for years. And so what does that mean to us? Well, let me skip out of oil pollution and skip into, there are many other aspects of the environmental. We were talking about hot ironing years ago, cold ironing, sorry, and we were talking about all the aspects that affect our air. We were talking about these years ago. It isn't till we reach a crisis stage that we really wake up and say, hey, what do we have to do here? And this is what some of the forward-thinking folks now are trying to do differently. Same with 9/11. We couldn't quite imagine it, so how could we prepare for it? It resulted, of course, in the ISPS code and in the MITSA regulations, and those were really effective responses, but they are reactionary, just like Open 90 was. Effective, but reactionary. And 9/11 has taken all kinds of other shapes and sizes in order to for us to imagine, well, what could people do? Not that it's going to happen tomorrow, but what could people do? What effect does it have on our country, on our people, on our businesses and livelihood? How do we behave in reaction? Then I'm going to skip to cyber, one of my songs of the last 5-6 years, which is the effect of a cyber event is difficult for us to understand and imagine. We've had Maersk with the NotPetya. Maersk is a large company, similar in its way to Exxon, in that it can self-insure, it can look after its interests, and it can wobble a little bit, but still stand. Can you imagine that that same incident could happen to not such a big operator, with not such a big ability to react? And what has happened now in the aftermath of cyber? Well, we're trying to get our hands around it. And I can tell you, just like some other things that people don't believe these days, they don't really believe cyber is going to be important. So just as I said about looking both ways before you go through the intersection, are people really implementing cyber controls right now? Or do they have that feeling? And I've told this story before. I'm not picking on this poor company. It can happen to anyone. I remember maybe 25 years ago, we had gone to see one of our very good clients in Germany, and we were talking about what might happen and how it might happen. And they said, well, thank you so much for your time, but essentially that's not going to happen to us. And of course, 3 days later, we were responding to the incident of the grounding of the vessel carrying a cargo of butadiene right off the coast of Miami. You could see the vessel from Miami, which upset the retirees very much. But the point is, we just don't think it's going to happen to us. So we're aware of this cyber threat, and we're aware of these other threats. But how are we behaving differently? And how are we behaving differently in our companies, as well as in our vendor relationships, as well as toward the environment in which we're operating? So, we have some Maersk ISM effects, we have some Port Navic work, we have some guidelines, and of course the insurance community has reacted to it. Operative word, reacted. And we had COVID. Now, could we have expected COVID? Not in its size and shape, perhaps. It was beyond our imagination. But we had a pretty big flurry of activity with Ebola. We thought that that was coming, and we were really concerned about its effect on vessels trading and then moving that virus around. But that was basically put aside because Ebola seemed to have died out. It's back up again now. That it seemed to have died a natural death and did not end up transmitting or bothering, really didn't affect our supply chain too awfully much. Now we have what Matt was talking about, which is this Russian invasion of Ukraine. Sanctions have been around for quite some time, but the dramatic situation with regard to Russia has suddenly brought attention to this issue. And what are we doing as a maritime transportation system? Well, I could tell you we're mostly reacting. That's, oh my heavens, we almost took a cargo from country X, which is sanctioned, or can we move that cargo to Y or Z? What if we do that? What if we're transshipping something, but our finances are connected to that? Yeah, it's really reaction and not necessarily action. So what is it that I'm trying to say? Really, I could take a page out of Dr. Flynn's speech and say reaction can't be where it's at anymore, to use a bad English phrase. It really can't. It has to be for us to look at this risk in general, understand it will be converged risk. It's not going to be isolated and stovepiped. Just because we say, okay, security threat is here, cyber might be part of security. Oh, now we have, say, oil pollution and environmental. That's something else. Well, we have really cyber risk as a standalone. Oh, we have climate risk. We have pandemic risk and danger to our seafarers and all sorts. These risks are converged. Any one of them can create a situation that is detrimental to our supply chain. Any one of them can create a situation that's detrimental to the business environment. And the business environment doesn't stop and start with where we do business and how we do business. It really goes throughout the whole enterprise of maritime transportation. And that's on the port and terminal side, and eventually when we look at it, it's going to be the connected infrastructure. It's not stopping there, it's stopping with railroads, trucking. These are connected pieces that we need to be thinking about. So I'm just going to leave you with 3 words that I think boil it down. In other words, what can we do? How should we look at it? Well, first of all, let's identify what the risks can be for the sector in which we operate. Once we've identified those risks, it's time then to do serious assessment. People think assessment is to take a clipboard, and sorry, I'm not insulting engineers here, but to take a clipboard with a lot of check boxes, go out and say, aha, I see that that is not up to code. Aha, we're going to get in trouble with the Coast Guard if we bring our vessel in and it does that or it looks like that. Uh-oh, we're in big trouble. We didn't make our threshold today, or we didn't make our target today. That assessment is very good, very useful, has to be done. We cannot throw it away. But the assessment has to include imagination. What actually could go wrong? And that is what's going to inform us as to where we're going in the rest of this process. We have to figure out what could happen and what are the weighted criticalities and how do those criticalities intersect. We've then got to figure out what that weighting means to us, and we've got to figure out a way to measure what it is that might happen and can happen versus where we stand now. What are our systems that are in place right now? We're doing pretty well. We're not doing very well. We've proven that we've done well because we've just responded to a serious situation. So what's our assessment look like with the imagination involved? And then how do we measure where we are now? If we can't measure it, we can't change it. In 6 months, how do you know if you did any better? You don't, because you didn't measure it the first time, and you probably aren't going to measure it the second time. So it becomes, yeah, we're doing pretty well. We saw a 3% increase on this and this and this item. That's nice, but that isn't getting us where we need to go. We have to be able to thoroughly measure what our stance is, whether that's cyber, which I'm entirely in favor of. We have to know where we are now and measure ourselves, benchmark ourselves against where we were 3 months, 6 months, and a year ago. And when we're done with that process, and it's an everlasting process, which many of you have heard, but most of us don't really implement, that's continuous improvement, we then get to manage the problem. So if we manage the problem, it means that we have at our fingertips, that assessment, we see what went right and wrong, where our guesses were wrong, our imagination wasn't good enough, what our measurement systems lack and need to be modified, and what changes do we need to bring to bear in order to make this an improvement. In other words, we can begin to manage our environment. And we're looking at this periodically to say, all right, we had a great system in place, but guess what? The management of this company has just changed. So the management doesn't know what yesterday's management knew. So there are aspects to this that are not the technical aspects. There are aspects to this that really involve engagement of senior management all the way down to the guy who's turning the valve. That whole process, really, you have to include their thinking in the assessment with imagination, the measurement, making the measurement system, and then learning to manage. With that, I think we can have continuous improvement, and we can mitigate threats to the supply chain. Thank you so much.
Now, what were the 3 words? Kidding. Thank you, Cynthia. Great speech, great topic. With respect of time, I would make a proposal that we get some cyber coffee. We have the whole panel here. We're going to be walking around, and please attack them with any questions you may have. And they're open for a great discussion amongst all of you. So, yes, sir, help yourself, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
Oh, you're so responsive. This is wonderful. Thank you for coming back. We've got such a jam-packed afternoon, and this, the earlier program we heard about, what are the risks we're talking about? What are the national security risks? What are the safety risks? What are the cyber risks? What are the fires and casualty risks? And then the risks of sanctions. And just, something that has been talked about in each of these are areas that we don't always talk about, the geopolitics and the implications of geopolitical risk on our industry, and that was really brought forward very well. So what are we going to do about these risks? Well, we could wring our hands or we could come up with solutions. Being the maritime industry, we come up with solutions, and that's what we're going to hear about a little bit as we go into this second part of our seminar. Captain Rich Del Pizzo has over 35 years of experience, and like Ole, I'm not going to read his full bio because it's extensive. But I wanted to bring up, he's been with ABS on the engineering side and government operations side, LNG solutions, and I like the word solutions, but also is active in SNAME, and that's the Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers. They are truly implementers of the solutions that we're trying to find, so it's a great opportunity to have you here. And we'd like to hear from you. What do you think are some of the solutions to the risks that we're facing today?
Thank you.
It makes me think of what you said about it being aspirational. Solutions is kind of aspirational for us as well. Well, thanks very much. I particularly took to heart Dr. Flynn's presentation that he said when he talked about planning for failure in some of the, on the security side and on infrastructure. And it reminded me of that one of my very favorite quotes by George Bernard Shaw when he said, ever tried, ever failed, no matter, try again, fail better. And I said, wow, what a great motto that would be for a government security agency, fail better. So probably sound better in Latin. Anyway, I should point out that I am an engineer disguised as a business development person for ABS, so that means I'm terrible at both names and faces. And also I don't speak very well extemporaneously. So I have prepared notes, because engineer. And I found in my career, it's actually surprising how many times I've said, I'm sorry, I'm an engineer. Any engineers here? Do we have any? Ooh, I did not read this crowd. One engineer?
Wayne
No?
is, but he's looking at the shoes.
Oh, there you go,
He's
too. Okay.
looking at his shoes. So
Yeah. This gets really technical here. You're going to hate this. I'll try to get through this fast. I'll talk fast. I'm from New York. I could do this. Anyhow, what I want to do is just talk a little bit today about the Blue Sky Maritime Coalition, which I've been asked to represent, and just talk a little bit about alternate fuels. So my thanks to NMEPA for inviting me to speak with you today as a representative. Formed in 2021, the Blue Sky Maritime Coalition is a group of like-minded companies and individuals in North America coming together to collaborate among industry stakeholders on how to achieve zero carbon emissions through various pathways and projects. We evaluate, encourage, and engage with industry on innovation that reduces emissions with the goal of accelerating the North American maritime value chain's pathway to net zero emissions. Among our membership are ship owners, operators, fuel providers, marine industry-led organizations like the MEPA, which is a founding member, class societies, manufacturers, port authorities, academia, the list goes on. Headed by Mr. David Cummins, who apologizes for not being able to make it here today, our president and CEO, Blue Sky utilizes a workstream approach, each with diverse membership participation to identify and unlock challenges to achieving net zero emissions. These work streams include finance, commercial and chartering, policy, regulatory and incentives, technology, infrastructure and fuels, and finally measurement and operational efficiencies. Close collaboration throughout these work streams is really critical, and Blue Sky recognizes that all the solutions are going to require value chain collaboration and alignment to maintain a level playing field for ship owners and all commercial entities during this transition period for the industry. In 2022, excuse me, the focus of Blue Sky has been to encourage collaboration and case studies among those 4 work streams and create position papers focusing on the many aspects to consider in transitioning to alternative fuels and propulsion systems over the coming decades. In addition, Blue Sky has presented related topics at a number of industry venues, and I'm very honored to convey to all of you that our May speaker for our monthly speaker series will be Carlene Walker, co-founder, executive director of NMEPA. And my sincere thanks in advance to you for agreeing to provide your thoughts on environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, reporting as a tool for sustainability. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Unfortunately, the monthly speaker series is exclusive only to Blue Sky Maritime Coalition members. So you have until next week to join. So May 26th, you can join. However, if you're not ready to join, you can download our very first position paper, which came out last month, and it's from our website. It's titled Pathways to Net Zero 2050 in the North American Marine Shipping Industry, Fuels and Propulsion Systems. Pretty good paper. I believe it was done with Vanderbilt University, too. So anyway, I've been asked to speak on safety properties of alternative fuels. And as you all know, there's lots of different alternative fuels out there. So having the remaining 9 minutes that I have, it would be, we can't really do an exhaustive review of this. So I'd like to focus more on a couple of general principles, but all viewed through a broad aperture. I say this because as engineers, we tend to be very myopic. And also keep in mind that we've dealt with over 100 years with the same fuels, and well over 100 years. And there's very established standards and very established procedures. And so we tend to focus very much on that narrow mindset that we have with heavy fuel oil and diesel. We focus immediately on combustion properties, engine efficiencies, and propulsion plants. To borrow a phrase from photography, as I said, we need to widen our aperture a little bit more when we focus on some of the aspects of safety when considering all these other alternative fuels. So the first principle to move beyond is tank to wake. We have to get away from that thinking of tank to wake. And tank to wake is basically the study of the emissions and fuel use from the ship's tank going to the propulsor, the wake. Safety is not just fire, hazardous or explosive concerns our industry, it's also environmental and its relation to our collective health. So in this case, we need to widen our aperture to consider well to wake. The process on how we make the fuel, such as pulling it from the well, like natural gas, for example, or creating it in the lab, such as ammonia, incidentally usually originates from natural gas, most of the ammonia we produce in America, to the point of its use in the propulsor. So that whole, from the origin all the way to the wake. If we use a high emission process, such as using electricity from a coal plant, for example, the total emissions can actually exceed those of burning heavy fuel oil when you look at that whole stream. For example, gray ammonia. Now they use these terms gray, blue, green, and orange, which it depends on the origin of the different fuels. For example, gray ammonia is coming from natural gas. It could come from maybe electricity from a coal plant, for example. On the other hand, green ammonia would be formed purely from, say, biomass. And it may use wind power generators for electricity. Blue could be that's that earlier gray, but it may have carbon capture analysis, things that balance out some of the emissions in it. And then there's also orange, which is a mix of them. So anyhow, so if you look at that, if you look at, say, taking electricity from a coal plant, you're taking it from natural gas, in that case, gray ammonia can actually be 150% of the emissions of heavy fuel oil taken in that case. On the other hand, if you do, say, a green ammonia, like I mentioned, it's maybe 20% of the emissions from HFO. So a big difference. So this is why, again, you have to look at that well-to-wake process. And that's the first point I wanted to make. The second is to consider all the properties of the alternative fuel to better understand how it impacts all the safety and environmental aspects on the ship. Again, widen your aperture. For example, there's a tendency of lumping fuels with similar properties together. And as engineers, we tend to do this. It's kind of a mental shorthand. As an example, we tend to look at gaseous fuels, hydrogen, ammonia, natural gas. All is basically similar. They can all be converted into a cryogenic state, into a liquid, and stored in a liquid form. So you figure it's pretty much the same principles. Very, very different fuels, very different properties with very different advantages and disadvantages. And again, something that could be a disadvantage may be an advantage depending on what your propulsion system is, or your operation, or your procedures, et cetera. So let me give you a couple of examples. The flammability limit of natural gas, it's about 7 to 20%. So that's a mix with air of 7 to 20%. So roughly 10 to 15% is your bandwidth of flammability. Hydrogen, it has a low of about 4%, but a high of 75%. So that's a 70% bandwidth. That means it's basically flammable more than it's not with air. Now, a broader flammability range might be considered an advantage in some cases. For example, you might be able to throttle an engine very easily by changing that mix of hydrogen and air through a very wide span. On the other hand, if you have a hydrogen leak in the engine room, well, you have a much wider flammability range with air. So the danger is, so you have to look at that as the pluses and minuses, the pros and cons. Another one's flame temperature. Flame temperature of hydrogen, and I'm using hydrogen and natural gas here just as examples. Like I said, there's a very wide variety of alternates. Hydrogen has a flame temperature about 4,000 Fahrenheit. Natural gas has about 35 to 3,600. So it's about a 500-degree difference. Now, if you're a combustion engineer, hot is good. Hot is better because that means more efficient burns. So, so your propulsion, your emissions are going to be less. You're going to have a much better efficient burn. On the other hand, if your diesel engine's materials cannot handle 4,000 Fahrenheit, you have to go into exotics. You have to start looking into some exotic steels. You may have to look at ceramics. I know when I worked with gas turbines, one of the things you're looking at is the span of temperature from low to high temperature. The wider you can stretch that range, the more efficient the gas turbine would be. But the problem is we were getting higher and higher in those temperatures. Now you had to have ceramic tips on the blades and all sorts of, you're getting more and more into the exotics. So you have to see if that cost and the maintenance for that much more exotic type of machine is going to be worth the higher temperatures. So, then again, now alternate fuels may also persuade you to say, well, I'm not going to use an IC engine at all, internal combustion engine. I may use a fuel cell. So hydrogen, all right, it's got a 4,000 Fahrenheit flame. I'm going to eliminate the flame and use a fuel cell instead. Which, for those, is everyone kind of familiar with fuel cells and how they work and kind of, sort of, yeah? Okay. I mean, it's basically a combination of a battery and an engine. It's like a battery that makes electricity, DC electricity, but it's an engine and it needs fuel to do it. It doesn't actually store electricity in it like a battery. You pump hydrogen in and oxygen or air, and what comes out is electricity and water. That's it, and that's a fuel cell. They've actually been around since about the 1860s. It was a guy named William Grove who discovered that the electrolysis process of taking water into hydrogen and oxygen, like you did in high school, when you did a little shock to it, and you broke the water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then the teacher would put the flame in, you get the pop on the hydrogen, and the oxygen would flame higher. That's actually a reversible process. And so if you combine hydrogen and oxygen, you can get water and electricity. So that's how he discovered it, and that's what a fuel cell is based on. So anyway, let me give you one more example. Heat of vaporization. The heat of vaporization is defined as the amount of heat needed to turn 1 gram or 1 pound, depends on what kind of units you use, of a liquid into a vapor without a rise in the temperature of the liquid. So just think basically the energy that's needed to turn water into steam without actually raising the temperature of the steam. So it's just that energy needed to do that conversion in state. The heat of vaporization of hydrogen is, or let me flip it around. The heat of vaporization of LNG is 9 times higher than hydrogen. That means it takes much, much less energy to go from liquid to a gas state for hydrogen. Now, you could look at that and say, well, that's a disadvantage because if I want to have a cryogenic tank, now keep in mind, hydrogen is incredibly cold in a liquid state. It's less than minus 400 Fahrenheit. That's close to absolute zero. I mean, it's amazingly cold, as opposed to maybe, I think it's about 260. Minus 260 is LNG. It's minus 420, 425 Fahrenheit. So for hydrogen. It's incredibly cold. And it takes very little energy for that to flash back into gas, what we call flashback. So that, you would look at that property and say, wow, I need to have some tanks with an incredible amount of insulation, vacuum insulation, these extra types of things to keep that in a cold state. On the other hand, a pro side of this is Sandia National Labs did a study recently. And by the way, if you are interested in anything on hydrogen, look up Dr. Klebanov and Sandia. The guy is absolutely amazing, excellent things, and we've worked with him before on Sandia on hydrogen and fuel cells. Incredible source of knowledge, and some great papers all from Sandia on those topics. Anyway, he did a study, and he found that if you have a leak, an oil spill, a fuel spill, not an oil spill, a fuel spill, going onto the deck of a ship, and it's hydrogen or it's LNG, it's much more likely that you'll go into a brittle state and crack with LNG than you would with hydrogen, even though the hydrogen is much colder. Because the heat of vaporization is so low, it flashes to gas very quickly, so that spill, if you will, is only going to be on the deck for seconds. And in fact, because it's so light, it immediately goes into the atmosphere. In fact, I think they estimate something like 40 miles an hour up. It's that light. Where LNG, because it has a higher vaporization, now we're talking seconds still, but the temperatures are so cold that it can affect steels and things very quickly. So it's more likely to get into an embrittlement stage and possibly crack. So this is where the pluses and minuses, again, come in. You have to look at it in a very holistic view. So the last item I'd like to share with you is the importance of having this kind of holistic view of safety when considering alternative fuel sources. We can't eliminate all the risk. It's fuel. It's going to have a risk. It's flammable. But we can do our utmost best to mitigate through levels of safety. And we do this through risk assessments and adding concentric layers of safety around a propulsion and fuel system. Using a fuel cell plant, for example, with liquid hydrogen as an example, I'm going to talk about just a little bit of some of the typical risk analyses and assessment technologies that are used. These come from the IMO IGF code. The IGF code is the International Code of Safety for ships using gases or other low flash point fuels. Now, keep in mind that the IGF code is really meant for LNG. They haven't put in all of the requirements for hydrogen, for ammonia, for any other, for biofuels, et cetera. Well, biofuels not really a gas, but they don't have those. So what they do is they have what's called an alternate design approach that you do. And what you're looking for is an equivalent level of safety with what they've already put in place for LNG. And that's what we're looking at. One of the big ones is gas dispersion modeling. This is generally done, you're looking at your tank spaces, your tank connections, maybe in the fuel cell room. The escape vent that's going in where you do have a leak, where it can go through the vent and out off the ship. You're doing modeling with computational fluid dynamics for these types of gas dispersions to see the gas cloud that's being created. Another one is a hazard, basically a gas system risk assessment. This is pretty much a brainstorming session. You get different folks together that are subject matter experts on the topics, and you look at all the different possibilities of failure scenarios that can happen. Once you do that, then you go to a FMEA. Then you're in your failure mode and effects analysis. And now you're saying, okay, let's look at all these different things that can happen. How do we mitigate those? How do we try to minimize the risk? There's lots of other analyses. There's explosion analyses, probabilistic damage assessment, a gas system fire risk analysis, all sorts of things. I'm not going to go into that. But these are all things that are in the IGF code that all have to be considered for an alternate fuel. But the risk models are just one safety layer around that system. Again, you're looking for those concentric boundaries that we put around it so that it's, you know, if you're familiar with the Swiss cheese model that they use where you have all the layers of Swiss cheese and do the lines, do the holes align, that's really what we're looking at here. And others that would include in terms of those layers are overarching processes like certification of the tanks, propulsors and associated equipment to recognize standards, working with the flag state and the class society to build a design basis agreement of basically how you're going to go through approving this. More specific concerns might center on high flow ventilation in the case of a leak in the space, hydrogen detective sensors from near possible sources of leaks, actual fire safety, active fire safety measures, passive measures like structural fire protection, controls and emergency shutdowns, operational procedures, and other aspects that help build those layers of safety. So I hope this helped to illustrate a bit of the frame of reference and philosophy when considering these new fuels. I'm going to give a quick plug. I do work with SNAME a lot, the Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers, and we just finished. We just buttoned up the edition for the summer that's going to deal entirely with future fuels. And that's the Marine Technology magazine. So take a look at that. It's got a lot of really great articles all dealing with a lot of the different aspects and some of the things that owners and operators are doing right now with future fuels. So I hope this has helped to give a quick frame of reference and some of the philosophies on how we look at new fuels. On behalf of the Blue Sky Maritime Coalition and ABS, thank you again for allowing me to share some thoughts with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. That was, I've never thought of fuel in Technicolor, but you certainly added to that. So I appreciate that. And also the intentionality with which we're looking at the risk factors associated with these fuels. Because we tend to spend a lot of time looking at the emission impacts without looking at the risk impacts as well. So taking that holistic view, I think, is important. So thank you for that. Next, we're going to hear about securing safety at sea in a mode that I don't know that anything's more visible than a cruise ship, and certainly very close. As a commercial maritime industry, the closest contact we have in terms of numbers is in the passenger vessel space, cruise ships, and also ferries. But Captain Jennifer Williams is a vice president for maritime policy at CLIA, the Cruise Line International Association. And where she's been working on negotiating and implementing global industry positions on legislative, regulatory, and policy matters, as well as operation and engineering. And prior to joining CLIA, this should not come as a big surprise, she served for 30 years in the United States Coast Guard, so she was catching up with some of her Coast Guard friends earlier. And we're looking forward to hearing what the cruise industry's approach is to securing safety at sea. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlene. And before I start, I want to, a day late, wish all the women in the room a happy International Day for Women in Maritime. It was the first one. So there's not many of us in the industry, so congratulations. We'll be here for another, 100 years or so. Congratulations to Wayne. Actually, I should say congratulations to the Coast Guard for selecting you as an admiral, and I'm really happy to see you in that position. He does not exaggerate. Every day will be a different day, a different issue. He will not sleep. I couldn't have picked a better man for the job myself, but congratulations, and I hope you survive. I don't know, I feel bad for the admirals because they never sleep. And thanks to Carlene for inviting CLIA here. Admiral Salerno sends his regrets. He's actually up in Maine doing some other presentations, actually on COVID. And I think I might be disappointing Carlene a little bit today, because typically when I get up and speak, I take all the time and then plus some to talk about the subject at hand. But she wouldn't let me use a PowerPoint, so I couldn't do that. And I'll, the reason why I probably won't take my full 12 minutes is that solutions, that's a really big order to talk about, and especially with some of the topics. So the last 2 years has been a big distraction called COVID. And, really, at least with all the cruise line operators out there, not 100%, but close to 100% of our time was focused on how do we get these ships restarted? How do we minimize the risk of COVID? How do we get the ships back in operation so they're not losing billions of dollars a year? So that was the last 2 years. And that's right when I started with CLIA. So right when they shut down, I was still at the Coast Guard office, and the following week I was with CLIA, and I was like, oh, this is not going to be over very quickly. But lurking in the background the whole time was this issue of decarbonization. And while everybody else was looking over there at COVID, the sustainability issues in the industry were still mainstream. And I work closely, actually CLIA facilitates an organization called Cruise Ship Safety Forum. And it's an organization that combines shipyards, classification societies, and then the operators themselves, just dealing with cruise ship safety issues. Well, I mean, and in the past 2 years, we haven't really focused on any safety issues at all because they want to change their name. They want to change their name to Cruise Ship Safety and Sustainability Forum because sustainability is that important to the cruise industry. Obviously, you don't have to cruise. It's for fun. You know, I mean, people have the discretion to go on it or not. So in order to survive as an industry, we have to prioritize the sustainability issues. As the Admiral mentioned, lots of people, especially those politicians, they have some great ideas about how to get to zero decarbonization levels. Is it possible? Yeah, it's probably possible. Is it possible today? Probably not. We've got a lot of ideas that we don't have engines for. We don't have the actual fuels for. We don't really know how it's going to fit on a cruise ship. You know, we have our Cruise Ship Safety Forum. Now they want to be called the Cruise Ship Safety and Sustainability Forum. They don't want to change their logo, though. It's going to still be CSSF. You know, we got together probably multiple times a week, which was pretty insane when you're talking about 3 different shipyards, 3 different class societies, and then a multitude of the operators. And I didn't realize this until I joined CLIA, but everybody in Europe takes off in the month of August. So to have a meeting in August is nearly impossible, but these folks, this is how important it was that they still would call in from their vacations to have these kind of think tank type of discussions. And of course, we're looking at most of the ships have the heavy fuel, the other fuel oil, LNG. We've got a handful of cruise ships that use LNG. Well, how are you going to put a new fuel on there? You're going to probably have to retrofit that engine room. And that's not going to be an easy task. And for the new ships that are under construction, what are you going to do now? I mean, they're going to last for another 25 to 40 years. What are you going to do with them when you don't have the solution yet? So really our solution is that we're going to take baby steps, and we will have to do some sort of modifications. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be cheap. None of this is easy. But we probably see the most likely safe and easy, and I put in quotes easy, solutions are the biofuels or the biomethane products. Carlene really wants me to say fusion in this whole thing. She really wants me to say we're going nuclear. And that's not an impossibility. That's the molten salt reactors. That could happen. But that's probably much further down the road. Ammonia, that's the other one that you hear a lot about. Well, maybe for cargo ships that would be just perfect. But when you have 3,000 passengers and another 1,000 crew on board, I don't know if that's the right answer. And of course, the hydrogen blends, that's another possibility. So, and you mentioned the fuel cells. So electrification, yes, that's definitely something that we need to look at. But what do we need to do? So right now we've got shipyards, class societies, and operators talking to one another and trying to figure out what can we do. But who are we missing? We're missing the suppliers of the future fuel that we don't know yet, and the engine manufacturers. How can we either retrofit what we have now or design a whole new system and put it in our engine rooms? That hasn't really happened yet. You know, when you're talking about the cruise industry, and I know there was a lawyer in the room, at least one of them, you know, there's these antitrust requirements, and what can you talk about, and does it appear to like you're trying to fix certain prices? It really complicates things, so we have to get the lawyers involved in that. We need to work with the regulators as well. Not only at IMO, IAC submitted a paper just last week at MSC or 2 weeks ago about we need to create a new work group for ammonia for a fuel. well, we got to expand that beyond ammonia because we know we're going to have other fuels, right? So we want to get in on that action. And obviously, working with their regulators in all the countries that we operate. There's something called the Carbon Intensity Indicator Index that is kind of like hot news, hot topic at MEPC. Really for the cruise industry, and it kind of bases on carbon output based on how far your ship travels. Cruise ships don't really travel that far. You know, their whole thing is, let's get to the next port and let's spend some time in port. So we're not traveling from Africa to North America, and you know, when you divide in that formula, it's not advantageous to the cruise industry. We were trying to get some sort of like a port time correction factor applied that didn't gain any traction at IMO. But there has to be some sort of realization that cruise ships operate very differently than all the rest of the industry. Some countries could care less. I mean, Europe is kind of that way. The green issues are so important that they'd be fine, I think, if the cruise industry didn't operate in their countries. And so that's something that we're trying to contend with. Very political issues, very high level, where even the shipyards in Europe, you know, are just struggling and just so desperate to make this work. Other technologies, obviously, we've applied the scrubbers before. One company just went full bore, and every ship has got these closed loop scrubbers. Well, that's a thing of the past. I mean, millions of dollars to install those in your engine rooms, and now many places are going to be banning them. I think Canada might be banning them. Are you going to say sorry? So, I don't know if Canada is going to accept them or not, but you know, these are the risks that these companies have to take. They have to make these decisions well in advance, and you know, the laws could change in a couple of years' time. Of course, the wastewater systems that we have on board, that these are things all very important to our sustainability. The shoreside electricity, that is not going to solve a lot of problems. I mean, every cruise ship has committed to installing this equipment on board their ships, but not every port has committed to installing the hookup in their ports. I think we have 14 ports that cruise ships go to that actually have the hookups. And then if you go to a port like LA, which I used to serve at, do they have enough electricity to feed a cruise ship, which requires a lot of energy while sitting in port? It's very different than a cargo ship. You need that air conditioning. You need all the food and catering and rooms and everything. It's really very difficult when you talk about well-to-wake. You know, is that clean energy that you're feeding into the shoreside electricity? But it is something that the cruise industry is committed to. I'll just shift a little bit before I finish out and just talk about, you know, solutions. During COVID, it was kind of an interesting time because even though we weren't operating here in the North America region, they were operating. They did start operating in Europe a lot earlier, a whole year earlier than in the U.S. And we had crews on board despite the fact that there wasn't any operations. You can't just have a ship at anchor at dock without a crew on there. So we had skeleton crews. On a cruise ship, a skeleton crew means all the hotel staff's gone, all the entertainment's gone, the masseuses are gone. But you have the crew there, and a typical cargo ship is 20 to 25. On a cruise ship, it's more like 100 to 150 that are critical to make that ship work and maintain it. But there are all those requirements that are required by SOLAS or U.S. Coast Guard for things like mustering or lowering the lifeboat and training. And they were stuck on board and they couldn't go ashore, and there was a real fear of, you know, contamination or spreading a disease. So social distancing, even within the confines of a ship that doesn't go ashore, was a concern. So when we finally did get back into operation, we were trying to figure out, like, how can you have on muster with all your passengers, even though we weren't filling the ships to full capacity. I think when they first started, they had 50% passengers on there. How do you do a muster that's required, without, being really close to somebody? So one of the things that they did was they created an e-muster, and actually I think Royal Caribbean may have, they use that word and nobody else can use it. So I think each company has a different term for e-mustering. But basically, how do you check in on a ship? How do you get your muster without going to a muster? And it's something that was cleared by a lot of different authorities, including the U.S. Coast Guard, the Bahamas Maritime Authority, and so on, to make sure that everybody that goes on a cruise ship either watches a video on their TV, and then when the time is right, they go to their muster station, not in a big crowd of 100 people, but maybe just their family goes up to the muster system. Sometimes they use their little bracelets to check in with their QR code. Not every company has that same ability to track people. But everybody's doing it a little bit differently, and we had a safety meeting just about 3 weeks ago down in Miami. And I was like, okay, we're gonna go back to how things were, and none of the companies want to go back to the way things were. They have been measuring, doing surveys with their folks, and they think they're teaching more, and the passengers are learning more, retaining more of the information of where is my lifeboat, where is the life jacket, what should I do when I hear this alarm. They think that it's better than the huge mass crowd right before you depart port. Finally, I'll just say because a couple of you have touched upon labor issues. And obviously during COVID, there were so many issues related to labor, mental health, sexual assault, sexual harassment is always an issue no matter what industry you go in. But all of these things still are very important to our industry. Having representation of women, obviously in the cruise industry, is very different. In some ships we have 30% of the crew, like the seafaring crew that typically do the engine room or the bridge. I mean, on Celebrity, I think they have one ship that they had all the engineers and all the deck crew were women, all the officers were women. And that happened like a week before the COVID shutdown, so it got no news. But that's really important to us. But one of the things that we're experiencing now is not only the backlog of visas and trying to get visas for people, but also shore leave is a real problem for our people. And it's just like they just want to go ashore and buy something at the store, or send a letter, or just get a little privacy away from the ship. And it's not done in a consistent way, and it's really hard on our crews. We have one company, MSC, and they have both cargo ships and cruise ships. And surprisingly, during the COVID event, a lot of their engineers went to the cargo side of things, and they don't want to go back. So apparently you get paid more on a cargo ship, and there's less, like the engine room is a little bit less, and the scrutiny for all the environmental things, it's a little bit less, because as you know, those big white ships get a lot of attention when they're in the middle of the port or the city. So we don't forget about the labor. That's a really important part of our operations. And frankly, during the time of COVID, we weren't really operating in the way that we would have liked to have been operating. We also worry about the training and the experience level, or just sticking a knife in a drawer, did it get rusty in the 2 years that it was sitting in that drawer? How is that going to impact safety and potentially casualties in the future? These are all things that we're taking a look at. Unfortunately, what I will say is that in the past 2 years, really the only two things we have been really focusing on are the sustainability issues and the COVID issues. But that's taking a change. That is changing now. We've got almost 90% of our ships back in operation. Many of the ships are at full capacity, where in the beginning we started out with 50% of the rooms were booked, and now we're going to 100%. So I think things are changing. We're even back in operation Canada, and we're back in operation in Australia and New Zealand. which were our hardest sells. You know, so I hope to see that things are taking a turn for the better. But when it comes to all of these things, I think people generally look at the cruise industry as maybe the innovators, and there's a lot of money, or typically in a normal year, there'd be a lot of money to reinvest in the company and those safety innovations. But for some of these issues, especially when it comes to sustainability, we cannot do it alone. We're going to be doing it a little bit differently because it is a cruise operation, but we need the help. We need the help of, like I say, everyone, the regulators, the manufacturers, the suppliers, and then ourselves. So I'm available for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I just want to go on record as saying I wasn't the one that mentioned fusion first at the cruise conference. It was Arnold Donald, the CEO of Carnival, who mentioned fusion from the stage. And I will also mention that he's retiring as CEO in August. So I don't know if they're related, but he mentioned it first. So thank you very much. You know, you said something at the very end, which frankly has been something we've looked at through the years, is that the cruise industry has always demonstrated an investment in innovation and forward-leaning technologies. And I recognize that for the last 2 years, it's really been sustainability and COVID, but we do look at the cruise industry as being thought leaders in this area, so thank you for your remarks, and we appreciate it. It was interesting when you mentioned the chief engineer who swapped to a cargo vessel because of less scrutiny. Well, we're going to change all that with our next speaker, because we've talked about the increased expectations on mariners. We've talked about the increased expectations on ship owners and the demands. We've also touched a little bit on digitalization. How do we bring those two together to look for tools for mariners and ship owners? Our next speaker is Osher Perry, who's the co-founder and CEO of Ship-In Systems. And it's a Boston-based fleet vision platform which unlocks ship-to-shore collaboration with visual analytics, reducing losses by 40% and increasing productivity by 8%. So Osher, you're the one this afternoon with the answers on how can we support ship owners and mariners with practical solutions for some of these challenges and risks that we're experiencing.
Thank you, Colleen. It's great to be here. It's our first NAMIPA event. As Colleen mentioned, we're a Boston-based technology company that started about 3 and a bit years ago. As a personal background, I'll mention, so I sailed 10 years of my life by the accent, originally not from here, although Boston has been home for the last 10 years. I was a naval officer in the Israeli Navy and then captained a sailing yacht going around the world. And after 10 years at sea and about 10 years in technology space, decided to merge those two worlds into one. And we started by identifying, kind of looking into the industry, identifying what people are, might envision as the smart ship of the future. What are the current activities and barriers that are happening to adoption of new solutions? And we're happy we set sail essentially 3 and a bit years ago today. We're headquartered in the Boston area. We have a team in Singapore, a team in Tel Aviv and in Cyprus, and we're now expanding to Europe. And when we talk, I'll mention also, so in terms of where shipping is, we're happy to be recognized by Safety 4C, the last quarter of the year as the Technology Company of the Year in the maritime industry. And also, about a few weeks ago, we announced Munich Re, the largest reinsurer to the industry, has joined Ship-In in looking at the loss prevention and risk engineering. So, and I'll share more about what we do. When we talk about the working conditions, right, the inherent operating conditions in the industry, I want to talk about how when I describe a vessel to someone outside of the industry, and as a CEO of a technology company that speaks often also with the investors from Silicon Valley, etc., it's like, okay, so you need to understand first that a vessel is not just a car. It doesn't just move from one place to the other. There are activities that are happening on board, right? There are crew that is working 24/7. They are operating cranes, engines, they're working in shifts, right? And as we can all face it, the vessels are getting bigger, and the crew sizes is not, right? And we talk about new systems, new engines, new technologies that are coming in, and all of that adds to an already existing challenges on the crew that unfortunately is often the blame when there is like navigational errors, when there are drug smuggling, when there is maintenance that has not taken place and something went wrong. So all of that falls on the crew, and we've set, as we see ourselves as seafarers, developing solutions for seafarers. From day one, we made an effort to actually bring people that are top in their fields in the technology space, including a chief scientist that is MIT PhD in computer vision with over 80 patents in the space that has been applying computer vision in manufacturing for 20 years, and we brought him into shipping to do the same for the industry, as well as bringing master mariners and captains of tanker vessels and people that understand the environment. Actually even launched for those people that are coming not from the industry. We recently launched, we're doing a skipper certificate for all of the employees just to understand what does it actually mean to be at sea, even if it's just outside of the bay. But it's important for us to connect people to, again, the industry that we all know and love. And that's a little bit about kind of the background. So what is it that shipping is actually doing, right? So we've established ourselves to become, we say, a digital bridge between the ships and the shore. And how is it done, right? So we have an inherent barrier of communication, right? That you can take terabytes of data from the vessel. We're talking about now visual information and sending it to shore. So we started by creating patents on the logical summarization of visual information of the vessel and bringing it onto shore, all with the purpose that, again, we talk about think about the manufacturing industry, right? You have the shop floor manager, the plant manager is on site. He's seeing everything that is happening. He has his control room that gives him IoT input on his production, efficiency, unexpected downtime, root cause analysis, you name it. And we all know that in the vessel, like on a fleet, on the vessels, it's not the same, right? You're limited to delayed, maybe sometimes biased, maybe, all reports that are limited to the noon report and very limited information that is coming in, and inhibits the ability to have like a safe and productive working environment where it is actually needed maybe most sometimes. So we created a platform, and it's a continuous effort. It's already available and deployed on fleets. That is a digital bridge, right? That for the first time in the industry, in our perspective, you have the owner, the manager, and the crew sitting on the same platform, literally seeing the same information, and can actually communicate on it, right? So we talk about the engine room, and you have the ability to answer questions, from the vessel crew on what is actually happening and how do you take that forward. We have the system provides. Let me take a step back, and I'll say how we actually come into new fleets, right? So we deploy, if vessels don't already have CCTV, which has been in existence for some time, we deploy kits, no capital expenditure to the owners. It's installed by the crew, and we log in remotely and activate the system. We have a server on board that takes all the visual information and in real time analyzes, the cameras are looking obviously into the vessel, we're not talking about situational awareness here, and analyzes information and categorizes them as cargo operations, maintenance, safety, and bridge conduct, right? And it gives a light traffic notification on alerts, right? Wake me up in the middle of the night, there's a ingress of water or smoke or a vessel alongside for security reasons, right? There are anomalies, things that are out of the norm, out of the usual behavior that you should pay attention to, and the green events that are the routine activities, cargo operations, maintenance, but and that's actually where the ship owners are describing most of the value, because where it's coming from, because for the first time, they have a tool that allows them to benchmark activities across their entire fleet. So the captain has his dashboard on board, right? You'll tell you it's a 220-meter ship, multiple decks. I cannot be in all places at the same time. So they have, the captain, chief engineer have their dashboard for the vessel. At the same time, the shore has the same vessel dashboard, right? That you can see the same visual information, the video, you can download it, you can share it, and you can chat and communicate with the vessels. And as you can imagine, if you have 40 or 70 or 400 vessels, all of the dashboards of the individual vessels are coming to you ashore, and you're then able to start benchmarking the activities. On your cargo operations, how long it should have lasted, how long they actually lasted. On your maintenance activities, connecting them to the PMS, planned versus actual. On your bridge, And so it goes. So the system does basically, I would say, three main things. One, it gives real-time alerts for the crew on board and to the team ashore. Secondly, it runs the analytics, right, to allow you to share good practices across your vessels. And third, what we're actually starting to see is that it creates new business processes on board the vessel. So toolbox meetings are now taking place in a specific area, so that the superintendent once a week can actually see and and share ideas and see that it's done properly on the change of watches in the bridge, etc. And we're now obviously working, on the ability to do remote inspections and give additional guidance, starting to work with the class and so on as we go into the risk engineering aspect. So a little bit, in a kind of rush through what it is that we're doing, but that's in a nutshell. And here we're happy to answer questions and start a conversation at least on what it is that we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Osher. I'm fascinated to learn more about the surveillance capability, but also the proactive opportunities that you afford. We heard earlier from Todd Duke about fires on board vessels, and your system, it sounds as though, can detect those fires so that they can be addressed immediately rather than discovered independently. So thank you for that. And you also, you didn't really mention this, but this is something that I was actually pleased to hear Wayne mention in his opening remarks, and that has to do with the increased attention on SASH, because it sounds as though your system can also verify and validate interpersonal events which occur on board vessels as well. Right. So that's something that I think is going to be increasingly important as we pay attention to that safety culture on board vessels and how we're taking care of our crew. And as we know, and I'm going to segue right into the title of the next presentation, is our crew are shipping's most valuable assets. And there are many advocates in our industry for the crew, but I have encountered few that are as passionate as Christine DeSimone, who is the CEO of Future Care, which is an international SOS company, which just embraces the mariner's welfare and has integrated that throughout your entire being. She's had a proven track record of 40 years in medical case management and took that and applied it to our mariners, and has always been a vocal advocate for our mariners, for their welfare, and as I said, shipping's most valuable asset. So Christina, can you share some of the work that you're doing?
Thank you, Carlene. So it's great to be here with all of my friends and my colleagues. Reflecting back on my 40 years, I have to say just briefly that I grew up in a family where rehabilitation services for the severely disabled was the goal for both my parents. And my father started a cerebral palsy center that had a vocational training. So, because in those days, in the 50s, you couldn't send people with cerebral palsy to a regular school. But this was a very new idea at that time, and I was brought up in that milieu, and I went to be part of his camps every summer, and that experience just opened my heart to the suffering that goes on in many different levels for people who are congenitally disabled, and then our injured workers, which is my first career after I finished working with my dad. I thought that injured workers were handled by the insurance companies and not so much by the actual employer. And so I thought of a program that meshed both the employer and the insurance company together in a commitment to give an early intervention 24/7 approach for workers with injuries. And I sent nurses into the doctor's offices and into the emergency rooms to sit with the injured worker, and we also followed up after they were home and set up their therapies, and we believed in 5-star rehabilitation. That means spend the money not only on the best doctors, Mr. Insurance Company, but spend money on the therapy and rehabilitation that's as important as the surgeries. So that was the start of my first 20 years. And then I took a rest for a year. I had a 3-year non-compete. I sold the company. It was great. And I wanted something else to do. And someone mentioned to me, not from your industry, but from the insurance side, well, did you know that the most injuries, the most dangerous job in the world is seafarers, is seafarer work? And I just took to it. I said, this is for me. My daughter's in college. I've only traveled nationally. I want to go out and speak to ship owners about a program. And then I was just lucky because part of it is luck. The Guard insurance company was working with me already in my rehabilitation company, and they introduced me to Hess Oil Company. And Hess wanted me to build a program that was 24/7 on their 50 ships. Needless to say, we had them for 25 years until they sold off their ships. But the education that I received and the template for management of commercial vessels and their crew, from the point of the health care of the crew, both on board at sea and on shore, was just an amazing growth spurt that I received and that my nurses and doctors received. So now to talk a little bit about COVID. Reflecting back over the past 2+ years, I don't have to tell you what a terrible time it has been for the shipping industry's most valuable asset, our mariners. In my 20 years in maritime, providing telemedical support to our mariners around the world, the COVID pandemic has by far been the greatest challenge yet for me, my team, and the seafarers who have worked so hard to keep vital global supply chains moving. So with that in mind, I want to share just a few stories from FutureCare's team that sheds light on some of the unique challenges ship owners and FutureCare have faced in order to provide their mariners with support and protection over these past 2.5 years. At FutureCare, we've handled all manner of COVID cases, from deaths to serious illness, lack of supplies, and arranging vaccinations, and testing, scheduling testing, and what we have seen in every scenario was the importance of not only strong communication on all levels, but also on the medical relationships we have built and that we needed to build in order to help us with COVID. It was a crazy time period of learning, something that we thought we already did so well, right? I answer the need, well, when someone has a cardiac, how do you tell the captain what to do? Answer the need about burns. Find a hospital that specializes in burns. Let's set the course straight for that hospital. And all of a sudden, there was none of that. There were no hospitals taking anybody. Crew members were I thought, in the highest safety range for burns, falls, and fractures, believe it or not. And everything was about COVID. Every cough was COVID. Every flu was COVID. Every malaria was COVID. It was just, we were bombarded with it, and we learned by just plain old hard work. And we got there. And to tell you one story that happened, and there were many like this, but this one stands out in my mind. In December 2021, Future Care was appointed by one of our clients, a Chinese ship owner, and its club to provide medical oversight to the entire crew who were suspected of having contracted COVID. Our Future Care SOS Beijing Assistance Center followed the crew, medically monitoring all the vital signs, the fevers, and they came to the conclusion that they were diagnosed with COVID positive for COVID. The first place of disembarkment would have been China, but China closed their borders, governmental rules, and they were not allowed in. So the vessel continued to Taiwan. Taiwan would not let them in. And then finally, we arrived in Djibouti, and we arranged, thank goodness, for a doctor from their local hospital to visit the crew member on board, do some more testing, make some conclusions, along with our Beijing doctors as well, talking to the crew members in Mandarin. But there were 2 crew members that were still having very high fevers, and of course, at least 6 or 7 days had gone by while they were traveling. And we thought, our doctors thought they needed to be off-boarded to the Djibouti hospital. But in effect, they too had their rules, and they would not allow anyone to come to their hospital at that point. After 14 days, and during the time of that quarantine, the captain sadly passed away. And this is a story I can tell you has happened dozens of times, and not just in Asia. We've had it happen in Europe. We've had it happen in front of Norway, one of the best maritime hospitals in the world, and they would not take them off the ship. So, understandably so, following this distressing situation, the client asked us to provide emotional support and counseling to the crew, which we did. And they were demonstrating signs of terrible anxiety. So we then needed proof, according to the authorities, that the psychological need to come off board was at a critical stage. Hong Kong welcomed them at that time, but we had to then do a questionnaire, a psychological questionnaire to the crew, had it translated into their native language. This was all based on a rule that came up from Hong Kong. The results found that each crew member displayed a high score on the test, indicating problematic symptoms that might need further medical assessment or psychological management. In Hong Kong, we arranged for their hotel, and eventually, after their safety quarantine was met, we did arrange to have doctors go and visit the crew. We continued our supportive counseling, and the crew was finally allowed to go home to their home country. In another case, a client was struggling to arrange vaccinations for one of their vessels that was due to berth in Dunkirk, France. So our French-speaking member of Future Care's team contacted multiple providers in that area to even see if the vaccinations were available. In other words, our ships were asking for vaccinations desperately among everyone, among port agents, among Jason Zudermer's group, which he did so successfully, and amongst Future Care as well. And we have so many instances where the provider said, I either don't have the vaccinations, I ran out of the vaccinations, or I can't give them to you on this day or the next day because I'm flooded with my own citizens in my medical office. So understand, we were looking to not only get a crew member off the vessel to a clinic to receive the vaccinations, but we were also trying for our providers to come on board and give the vaccinations then. But, you know, the time to get on a tender for, say, a clinic that maybe has 3 doctors working 24/7 in their clinic, to get on a tender, come on board the vessel, give the vaccinations, get off, tender back. Many of them didn't want to do it. So it was a constant homework, a constant research on the part of our team. But we did get it done. We did develop trusting providers that were willing to assist. And in this instance, it happened in France, and we were able to garner from our ISOS London Assistance Center a nurse who traveled by train and then to the port and got on board and did all the vaccinations, and all within 48 hours so that ship could leave. Throughout the pandemic, in cases like these, we've seen a growing reliance on our services. So this is a good thing, because I've been fighting for it on commercial vessels for 25 plus years. And on our cruise lines have been very good to us in terms of when they're ready to offboard a crew. When your infirmary says they're not fit for duty, we take over shoreside, scheduling the providers, finding out if they need repatriation home, and then taking care of that repatriation and the rehabilitation required after the repatriation. But with cargo vessels, it's a struggle always to get them to understand the risk management and the cost to the transportation and logistics cost to them if they can't make it to port. They're disembarking their supplies, their goods, and I will have to continue to make it mine and my team's effort to go around and educate the vessels. There's 98,000 commercial vessels out there, and I could say that, quite frankly, only 2 or 3% of those vessels are using healthcare, full-on healthcare services. The industry's recognition of the value of telemedicine does continue to grow and has proven essential, with COVID restrictions often preventing shoreside evaluations, as I explained, and cases increasingly being solved on board rather than shoreside, which we are very proud of. Aside from the obvious benefits of a telemedical service, our work at FutureCare and International SOS also repeatedly confirms that just knowing that a physician is remotely available while at sea positively impacts how a seafarer views their employer. While the industry's embrace of telemedicine is growing, as I said more blatantly before, but I'll say it more kindly now, more needs to be done. In this recent monthly health bulletin, FutureCare's global medical director, Dr. Arthur Diskin, provides some relatively simple and inexpensive steps that our commercial ship owners can and should take to improve shipboard telemedical capabilities. These include, and we have on the NAMEPA website our slides, which will also be in bullet points, and you can refer to some of the advice I've given. We want to increase the capacity of ships to manage respiratory illness for prolonged periods, including the purchase of onboard pulse oximeters, portable cardiac monitors, and oxygen concentrators versus oxygen tanks. Anticipating mental health issues by having emotional support services in place for our ship owners' vessels. And we have that service in place in 130 countries. I know there are other free ISWAN services, one of them for mental health support. To me, all of it is good, and it's all dependent on the crisis and where the mental health support is needed. So, for example, on the cases where we've been very helpful is when the captain calls in and says, my crew member is threatening to commit suicide, right? So you don't give him mental, emotional support right then and there. Our doctors need to determine the safety and efficacy of that crew member's life. And then once that situation is determined to be calmed down, then the emotional support system would take its place on board the vessel until we could offboard the crew. We want people to consider portable telemedical kits. That's called a doc in the box. That might include devices such as digital scopes for ears, nose, eyes, and skin, pulse oximetry and ECG recording devices, and other equipment customized to the size of the ship and the length of the voyages. We want our commercial vessels and all cargo vessels to be letting us guide them in developing dynamic, flexible, and medically sound COVID testing policies for crew and ship visitors while complying with local regulatory requirements. Because the COVID is not finished in our world, in our global world, we don't know what to expect next, and there's the good thoughts that it will not, and we will be finished with the endemic, but at the same time, our scientific colleagues around the world have also said that the variants and subvariants could come back and be more lethal. So we all have to be very vigilant, right? Vigilant in this regard. And always planning a port ahead as to how you will access medical care at the next port if needed. So for example, during the COVID, we had a case of a cardiac arrest. And we asked the captain to go ashore immediately, but he couldn't get ashore for 4 hours. When we went back into the itinerary on ship traffic, we saw that he passed 3 or 4 ports before he finally delivered the crew member dead on arrival. Okay? So the stories just go on, and I know Colleen does not have time for this, so I will wind up with this. There can be no doubt that COVID has exacerbated existing mental health stressors on seafarers, forced to work way beyond their scheduled time at sea, kept on board at port by numerous governments, and feeling imprisoned, rejected, depressed, or just plain exhausted. Despite these obvious pressures on seafarers, we have found that peer support, employer support, and support from family all contributed to positive mental health outcomes for seafarers. External help is also available, and advancements in ship internet quality has meant tools like video conferencing for emotional support, which is what we use, that are now much more easily accessible. The seafarer also may feel more comfortable sharing their emotional state with a neutral third party. And so that is why we set up in every country to have emotional support psychologists who can talk to them. Keeping abreast of the latest medical technology to manage illness and injury on board is our primary purpose moving forward. Our passion and our mission continuing to build our trusted medical provider network, which currently totals 90,000 qualified providers around the world globally, with increased focus on identifying and contracting the best hospital in each port city, which is going to provide the best burn treatment, where is the best hand surgeon, and we continue to do that. Developing flexible onboard vessel protocols to protect against COVID and further threats that can affect seafarers' health from all other viruses and diseases. And making sure we continually educate the maritime community with accepted, factual medical information, not fake news. And we're done. Okay. As an industry, we can't not ignore the problem at our peril. The good news is there are existing remedies which can improve the seafarer's health while at sea, readily available and relatively inexpensive for our commercial vessels and ship owners who use these tools. And if they do, their crew will have the ship owner, because he's on top of the best health and well-being they can provide, they will have a competitive advantage recruiting in times of crew shortages. So let us all work together as a concerned community, and I'll be here for a long time talking about this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you to all of our speakers this afternoon. And while there is no silver bullet, as was said earlier, we're offering solutions, ways forward, things that we can all be engaged in and consider as we look at our safety at sea issues. I'm going to ask Ole Christian Schroeder, our vice chairman, to come up and do a brief wrap-up, and then the speakers are going to go back to their seats, and I'll be inviting the Coast Guard up for our awards.
Thank you, Carleen, and thank you to all the speakers. The first session and the second session, great topics, very, very relevant for where we are today and where we're heading. So obviously it's very clear that, you know, we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, a lot of uncharted waters, but with the support of everybody in the industry and collaboration, I think that, you know, we might head in the right direction and be there one day. So I'd like to thank everybody for showing up here, being online. Thank you all for your great support. And again, thank you to all the speakers for a lot of interesting presentations. And I hand it back to Carleen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to be clear about one thing, is that none of this would be possible without our sponsors, and we've got our sponsor poster up there, and it's also on our website. We really value the relationships and what I consider partnerships with these companies who help bring us this information forward, so we're very grateful to them. And now I'm going, without further ado, I'm going to invite the United States Coast Guard. If we could say Coast Guard arriving, Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy arriving, as we begin our Benkert Awards and our AMVER Awards. So, and also Wade Mendenhall and Ben Strong will be coming forward, because this recognition of industry is important. And I think it helps in, you know, our industry does the right thing, wants to do the right thing, but to be recognized for that is a real opportunity for us, and this is an opportunity for the Coast Guard to thank industry for its efforts. So I'll invite Admiral Arguin up. I almost walked off the back of this, and then I'd need to call Christina. COVID has been a pervasive theme today, and it continues to be one, because we're waiting for some of our award recipients to come in, and there seem to be some COVID issues. So we'll be right with you. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to take your seats? We're ready for the Benkert Awards, followed by the AMVER Awards. And we're looking forward to, again, this great recognition of industry's engagement on the environmental front as well as the safety front. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us as we recognize environmental stewardship at its finest. I'd like to start by thanking Rear Admiral Wayne Argman, Assistant Commandant for Prevention Policy, U.S. Coast Guard, for his participation today. This ceremony would not have been possible were it not for the efforts of many people, both Coast Guard and industry alike. The Coast Guard's Office of Prevention Policy, the Award Selection and Review Panel, and the MEPA all had a part in making today possible. Finally, I'm pleased to welcome all the representatives of our expanding maritime industry. The late Rear Admiral William Benkert is widely considered the founding father of the Coast Guard's marine safety and environmental protection missions. A strong supporter of the safety and environmental preservation, Rear Admiral Benkert was a key contributor to several international conventions, including the 1974 updates to the International Maritime Organization's Safety of Life at Sea Convention, the 1978 Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping, and the 1973 Protocol for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. These protocols and conventions serve as the building blocks for an international transportation system that is safe, secure, and environmentally sustainable. In 1995, the Coast Guard established the William M. Benkert Award for Environmental Excellence to recognize outstanding achievement well past mere regulatory compliance. Since that time, this biennial award has served to encourage greater levels of environmental protection through innovation, the collaborative exchange of ideas, and self-assessments of strengths and weaknesses. The Coast Guard has partnered with NMEPA to further its collaboration and grow the influence of the Benkert Award. The criteria by which the submissions are considered include several critical success factors such as environmental policies, objectives and targets, pollution prevention activity, outreach, partnerships, and performance metrics. This year, following a detailed cross-programmatic review of the submissions, I'm excited to say that 2 companies representing both vessel and shoreside operation have earned formal recognition. So without further ado, we will begin the 2022 William M. Benkert Award by presenting, excuse me. Excuse me one second. By presenting Crowley with the prestigious Osprey Award. Accepting the award on behalf, my script didn't go as planned, I apologize. Accepting the award on behalf of Crowley Shipping is Mr. Coleman Crosgrove, Vice President of Shipping and Marine Management, and Mr. Owen Clark, Director of Government Relations. Mr. Crosgrove and Mr. Clark, would you please join us on the stage? Operating more than 170 vessels, Crowley has built on its established safety and environmental management system and leadership programs, which include stop work authority for every employee and contractor, setting its ambition to be the most sustainable maritime logistics and technology company in Americas. The company has committed to reach net zero emissions across all scopes using the Science-Based Targets Initiative standards. And Crowley is the first maritime corporation to use Salesforce Net Zero Cloud to measure that success. Building on its success, reducing emissions in U.S. mainland Puerto Rico trade with LNG-fueled ships, Crowley is constructing the U.S. first all-electric zero-emissions harbor tug that will operate in San Diego in 2023. In addition, the company has taken a leading role in operating low-emissions tugs in multiple markets. Other innovations include patented closed-loop ballast water systems to reduce impacts on water and development of workforce training for offshore wind. As the largest U.S. employer of merchant mariners, the company also has enhanced its concentration on development and empowerment opportunities for mariners and administrative personnel. The company's commitment to inclusion, including resource group recognizing the diversity of employees, paid time off to volunteer for charitable causes, and various training and development for team members across career levels, including internships, management, and executive development programs, place Crowley at the forefront of transportation's commitment to the next generation. Congratulations, Crowley Shipping, on your outstanding achievement.
Appreciate that, Commander. Thank you very much. Crowley Maritime's extremely honored with this award. It's been 22 years since the last time we were recognized. So obviously I'd like to thank NMEPA and the U.S. Coast Guard for the recognition, but as you've heard today, we would definitely like to recognize our mariners and employees. I wouldn't be standing here without the dedication of our employees and mariners, and they ensure that we remain connected to our planet and moving it towards a safe, sustainable tomorrow. I'd also especially like to thank Kelly Bowman, who is our Director of Environment. Kelly was the mastermind behind consolidating and pulling all the information together that allowed this award to happen. So her passion, knowledge, and perseverance and focus were instrumental in making this happen. So I wanted to say thank you to her. And I had wished that we could have more of our colleagues here today, but we are actually in the process of doing our main oil spill response drill up in Valdez this week. So we have about 23 employees on the ground up there, and then another 114 that are participating virtually. So we've done a hybrid vessel response for this Valdez drill, and using some of the technology, we actually did a full-scale vessel deployment up in Prince Harbor Sound with to de-oil a simulated fishing vessel, and we live streamed the entire thing using a drone into the command center. So we were interested to see how the technology would work. Teams that had made it very possible to hold up that virtual command center and meeting rooms. So it was quite an interesting experience for all of us. And then lastly, I just wanted to say thank you for all of our industry partners and our regulators. And Crowley looks forward to meeting the new challenges that we have coming forward as we address decarbonization and our emission reductions. So thank you.
Very quickly, I'd also like to just read a quick blurb from our other award recipient that unfortunately is not here with us right now today, but that is Marathon Petroleum Corporation. Marathon Petroleum Corporation is actually receiving the Gold Award. Marathon Petroleum Corporation is the leading integrated downstream energy company headquartered in Findlay, Ohio. With over 134 years of experience, the company operates the nation's largest refining system with 16 refineries, 5 of which are EPA Energy Star certified. Marathon's marketing system includes over 8,000 branded locations across the United States, including Marathon brand retail outlets. Marathon Petroleum Company also owns a majority limited partnership interest in MPLX LP, a midstream company that owns and operates gathering, processing, and fractionation assets, as well as crude oil and light product transportation and logistics infrastructure. This includes over 100 oil terminals and 40 light product and asphalt docks, 23 towing vessels, 300 barges, and 17,000 miles of pipeline. Marathon Petroleum Company and MPLX have won numerous safety and environmental awards, including EPA's Energy Star, OSHA's Voluntary Protection Programs, Dow Jones Sustainability North America Rating, and ILTA Safety. Some key sustainability accomplishments, including the conversion of the Martinez, California refinery to renewable fuel, the creation of the first renewable aviation fuel approved and flown in commercial airline flight, and completion of the Dickinson, North Dakota renewable diesel refinery. Marathon Petroleum embraces diversity and inclusion with formal hiring metrics and fosters inclusivity through 6 minority employee network groups that encourage dialogue and promote awareness throughout the organization. Please join me in thanking Marathon Petroleum Corporation Logistics for their exceptional achievement and the efforts that they put into this. And that concludes the Benkert Awards, and we will now move on to the AMVER Awards.
So obviously there's been, we've been kind of bouncing around here, but this is by far one of the coolest things I get to do in this job, right? And so being able to recognize folks that go above and beyond what the minimum standard is really important. And we talk about a safety management culture, and that culture of a company that's looking to step beyond just what the minimum requirement is exactly where we want to be. I tell, and Jo Berdian is the next, she's the current Assistant Commandant for Response. I jokingly tell her, if I do my job right, you're out of business. right? And so I do truly believe that. I recognize that Mother Nature gets a vote and Murphy gets a vote, but if I can put the guys that go out in small boats tied to the dock, don't put them in harm's way because things don't sink and things don't spill, that I see that as that aspirational goal. And folks that go beyond what sort of that minimum regulatory requirement is are looking to make my job easier. So I really do appreciate everybody that's working toward that end. And similarly, you know, in the Good Samaritan light, the AMVER Awards that we're going to present are those companies that have willingly volunteered their services, because as much as Admiral Schultz and then next Admiral Fagan want us to be a global Coast Guard, we can't be everywhere all the time. And so ships that have enrolled in that voluntary program that provide assistance to other mariners when they're in distress, that's an important aspect of being able to, you know, to be part of that community. You never know when that hand's going to need that assistance, and the folks that have volunteered their services, I really do like to be able to recognize them. It's been a long-standing program, a volunteer program that's international, and so again, I'd like to have 0 lives saved because there's 0 reasons to have that, but I'm glad to know that we've got a network of folks out there that are willing to lend a hand when necessary. So Ben, want to go ahead and obviously we don't have everybody here represented, but we'll certainly represent or provide certificates to those folks that have met that requirement.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Here, I'll send you down there. All right. Thank you, sir. It's just a pleasure to actually be back in person again. So, you know, round of applause for those of us who made it out. Well, we did it virtually. It's just really a pleasure to be back in person again. So, you know, at the risk of sounding a little bit glib or contrite, I want to thank Carlene for putting this together and for all the sponsors that helped kind of get us back together again. So for all of you who did that, thank you very, very, very much. And as the Admiral mentioned, and it's National Maritime Day, it's a celebratory day. It's nice to see the intersection of our Marine Safety Awards with our Safety of Life at Sea Awards. So we're thankful to be able to partner with the Benkert Award folks in the U.S. Coast Guard and have the support of our leadership on both sides, both the Marine Safety and on the AMVER side, Safety of Life at Sea. If you're not familiar with the AMVER Awards, AMVER is a program that started 64 years ago in the U.S. Coast Guard, really on the heels of Titanic, and it was meant to leverage commercial ships that will go out and save people where we can't get the world's best Coast Guard, where we can't get our cutters and our aircraft. So 64 years of service with the AMVER program. For the recipients who are just in the house today receiving their awards, I just did the math, it's 113 combined years of service. And we're recognizing folks that have just made themselves available to provide search and rescue, not necessarily gone out and plucked somebody from the sea, but have said, we're available, we're here to help out in the event that you need us. And that's really pretty remarkable, and it's a great partnership between government, the U.S. Coast Guard, and you guys, seafarers, our commercial shipping partners. Last year, there were 200 AMVER cases around the world, probably more. For those of you watching on television, you can do better by telling us that you've saved somebody, so please let us know so that we can recognize you. Thank you for Maritime TV or whoever. Is it Maritime TV who's here? So carrying this around the world, thank you very much. Those of you out there in TV land, let me know that you've saved somebody. And there were a combined 224 lives saved by AMVER ships around the world just last calendar year. But without any further ado, let's go ahead and recognize the award recipients who are here tonight. So foremost group, congratulations. You've got one ship that earned an AMVER award, which is fantastic. Congratulations to you. So we'll get a picture with your certificate. And with the AMVER pennant? Or is that good, Bev? We'll do one with the flag as well. It's a twofer. Don't say the government doesn't give me something for free, all right? Congratulations. And if you didn't think you heard enough about Crowley, we're going to invite Crowley up. So the entire Crowley family of shipping, come on up. 12 vessels representing 92 years of service in the AMVER program. Congratulations. Congratulations. And we've got Skylar Line here, recognizing 3 vessels and 17 years of service. Congratulations. Now, before the night is over, I'm going to ask our AMVER Award recipients to come up and get a group photo. I'll ask our Benkert Award winners, since you're already going to be up here getting your pictures for AMVER, we'll ask you to come up with your Benkert Award, and we can do a little bit larger group photo. And that's all we have for our AMVER recipients tonight. But again, I'm looking at you out in TV land, and next year we're going to have more people here because you deserve to be recognized, and we deserve to recognize. This is a great evening and a great program to celebrate all of safety at sea. So again, to Carlene and the folks from NMEPA, thank you very much, and the sponsors. I will turn this over to... That's it. I'm standing between you and drinks. Wow, that's a terrible place to be. So why don't, so again, truly I mean it, a sincere thank you to all of our AMVER Award recipients. Certainly there are more around the United States and around the world. We're grateful for your participation and for the service that you provide, not only our Coast Guard, but Coast Guards in areas where there's either greater challenges or less robust responders. So thank you very much. Happy National Maritime Day, and I'll invite our award recipients up for a group photo. Congratulations. Thank you.